Hello there, everybody. Welcome back to I Do Not Look Crazy Enough to Be a Prosecutor. Nailed it. Um, Get right into this, shall we? Oh wait. Solved it. Give me a tick. Seem to have an audio issue. Um, because why can't things just work the way they're supposed to? Why no? Because if things always worked as they're supposed to, what would I do? Ooh, sound! We got sound. It is March 28, 11:50 a.m. Prison hallway. Now then, where's the person who first discovered the body? But now all we can do is ask around. Hold it right there! Oh, it's her. Who is this woman? Excuse me, but you're simply irresistible. You mean? Very nice indeed. What an elegant moustache. It is a pleasure to meet you, mademoiselle. Defense Attorney Ray Shields at your service. Hi there, family. Nice to see you. How about we exchange greetings with a hug? Oh, but of course. Uncle Ray. Debs. A proper greeting should begin with a hug and a kiss. It's almost like it was stolen from him. Yes, a remarkable feat of quickness that would put a great thief to shame. I feel that close contact is very important. This goes for my family here in my home as well. Quite a splendid way of thinking. Yeah? Ew, 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 ew. The Warden Patricia Rowland. But please just call me Patty. The warden. So she's in charge of the prison. Nice to meet you. I am Miles Edgeworth. I am a prop. I am Mr. Shields. Pardon me for asking, but where are you here in the prison yesterday? But of course. Yesterday was a day that I wouldn't have the world. Is for the world. You have some kind of important meeting. Oh heavens, no! I despise meetings. Animal show. Of course. A wonderful spectacle. Animals dancing and flying through the air. I always see it along with everyone else in our home. We're one big happy family. Built a special stage in the courtyard just for this performance. A performance for the prisoners' enjoyment. Yesterday, Albert mentioned something kind of a recreation. I suppose the animal show was what he was referring to. When did the show take place? It started at around 8 a.m. and ended around 10 a.m. That is exactly when the body was discovered. Whoever saw the show would probably have an alibi. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must be going. I have business to attend to. Take your time and have a look around our home. With us in... whatever. So where should we start, Mr. Edgeworth? There was a prisoner who heard the scream from the person who first discovered the body. Let's start by talking with him. Hey, you there. I'd like to ask you some questions. So cute, meow. It really is meow. Hey, you! Meow? Me? By the way, cat's name, meow. Miss Neville, meow? That's enough. Carry on with your duties. Have here. Failure to communicate. Meow. This door leads to the inmate's workroom. What are these workrooms for? Basically, they provide job training towards the inmate rehabilitation. But we found a dead body in the other workroom, right? Are you sure they really help in the rehabilitation process? In order to answer that question, we must discover the truth, and quickly. Raise lips. You seem to be quite a shock. Isn't one Roland the type of beauty Mr. Shields likes? Hug is a greeting, but a kiss is on a whole different level. Your Uncle Ray needs time to mentally prepare himself. I didn't think you would be such a shy guy, Mr. Shields. Somehow, I don't think that's the problem here. Hey, Miles, about your face, could you loosen it up a bit? Since you're going to be Uncle Ray's assistant. Elmore. Being an assistant and Smiley have nothing to do with each other. Not true. Smile is the first step to building a trust with a client. First, show a smile to put them at ease. Then give a wink to their heart. End with a hug in exchange. That's how you open. Let's just keep that to ourselves, please. Well, my law firm was quite tough at first. It was difficult inheriting from Gregory. Also, I seem to cat moment. Cat. It was difficult inheriting the business from Gregory. That's so. What kind of requests do you usually do at the offices? Usually requests to defend suspects in murder cases and various sorts of legal counsel. Well, our basic policy was we welcome everyone. Do you ever have to turn down any requests? Well, if the client wasn't cute enough. I thought everyone was welcome. I'm kidding, that was a joke. We accept clients of all sorts. With Greg's name on the line, I couldn't do a half-hearted job. The Edgeworth Law Office, the law firm that my father built. Very important indeed. Where is the person who first discovered the body right now? All this time I think he should be in a workroom in the back. Workroom. Go take a look. Well, I was just there, looking at it, and the game didn't do anything. Hello? Is this occupied? Hey, that's not a restroom. Hey, God, do you have a minute? Sir, what is it? Meow? Is anyone using that workroom right now? Presently, there is one prisoner working inside, meow. I'm positive he's been in there since the noon roll call, meow. We'd like to ask the prisoner a few questions, if that is acceptable. Yes, sir, I will bring him out, so please wait a moment, meow. I'll leave this to you. What do you mean? I don't know what kind of scary guy will come out of that room. Mr. Shields, you're a scaredy cat? Even though you're an adult? Same to you, Kay. Here he comes. Oh, good day to you, sirs. We haven't seen Frank Son in quite a while. Are you the ones who requested my presence? Doesn't seem like a dangerous criminal. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I'm a prosecutor. A prosecutor, is that right? I'm Ray Shields, a defense attorney. Mr. Shields, his demeanor completely changed once he saw who we were dealing with. Sorry about that. My assistant says strange things. Not a prosecutor, just my assistant. Hey, get your act together, Miles. I guess I messed up. I forgot about my new job. No wonder I thought you were different from the prosecutor who visited me yesterday. It looks like he's already spoken to the best. May we ask you a few questions? Oh, yes, of course you may. My name is Frank Sod. Go for it, Miles. I guess I'll be asking the questions after all. Okay, that is twice in a very short amount of time. Give me a moment here. I'm gonna be dealing with that too. Normally I have a moderator here, but currently busy, so I had to fix it on my own. I swear, what's really annoying? Mr. Sod, you are aware of the murder that occurred here yesterday, correct? Where were you when the body was discovered? I was in the where I had been working. Kind of work. Well, my goal is to become a pet groomer, an animal beauty, so to speak. Oh yes, I was inside cultivating my. Any other prison training would be unheard of. That was all. Honestly, I didn't see a thing. You say that. Asked him anything yet? Why, I sad to say, I won't be able to help you. Mr. Sod, I haven't asked you anything yet. No, wait, that's... Even if you were to ask, I would not know something, don't you? Oh, but that's... Seems he's indeed hiding something. Let's try to press it out of him. Welcome to the chess dimension. First, let's assess the layout of the board. My opponent's condition is... I'm afraid I didn't see a thing, so I won't be able to help you. Man's expression do not change much. True poker face. It may be difficult to read his emotions from his body language. Perhaps I should focus on how he phrases his words. It may reveal what's on his mind. Now, for the opening move, I'll start by asking about who this man is. Even if he hides his emotions, if I push the right buttons, I'm sure I'll cause a change. Are you involved with this case? You involved? Are you referring to the murder that occurred inside this room? I had nothing to do with it at all. That's so true. I would never dream of being involved in a murder plot. How should I put it? I'm an upright model citizen after all. Common sense tells me an upright model citizen would have never ended up behind bars. Well, that is... Tell me what you know about the incident. I already told you. I don't know a damn thing, or I really don't know anything. I apologize from the bottom of my heart for that outburst, but I will be of no assistance. Pardon my rudeness. It's just that the murder occurred in this rather confined prison. It seems unnatural that you do not know anything about it. Oh, unnatural. Is that so? If you're looking for the person who discovered the body, you should try someone else. How did you know we were looking for the person who discovered the body? I don't recall saying a word about that. Are you sure you don't know anything? No, well, it was merely a hunch I had. I am but a humble pet groomer in training. I honestly have no recollection of the murder. I'm positive the man is hiding something. For my next move, I'll ask him about his movements on the day of the murder. This man has suppressed his emotions. I will expose his true nature hidden beneath that suspicious smile. What happened on the day of the murder? Let's talk about what happened on the day of the murder. If you truly had nothing to do with it, there shouldn't be a problem, correct? Well, on the day of the murder, there was a lot going on. Tell me what you were doing on that day. As I mentioned earlier, I was cultivating my skills as a groomer in training. I was trimming the coats of the animals at the time. Didn't the murder cause a panic? I imagine the entire prison must have been in an uproar. Well, but there was no panic. I could even hear someone's voice. Someone's voice, judging from the circumstance. I suppose it was a scream that you heard. So you do have a recollection of the murder. You kept insisting that you knew absolutely nothing of the murder. But you do not give credence to your claim. Well, I thought I heard someone's voice, but in any case, I don't remember it very well. Scream at the time of the murder might be a clue. I better keep that in mind. Let's talk about the day of the murder. If it truly had nothing to do with it, there shouldn't be a problem, correct? Well, on the day of the murder, there was a lot going on. What was the state of the prison at the time? I don't remember it too well. If my memory is rather poor, let's try using that clue. I thought you said you heard a scream. I don't remember. Ridiculous. Didn't you say earlier that you heard a scream? Wasn't. I could very well be mistaken. At any rate, I honestly do not remember. You still do not remember. Enough with your lies. I ain't lying to you. I mean, I'm telling the truth. In any case, I was absorbed in grooming the animals. By the way, how skilled would you say you are in animal grooming? I think there still needs some work, but I am very confident in my handling of the animals. When the animals became frightened, I calmed them with my gentle hand. Frightened? Why would the animals have become frightened? I don't think that a common occurrence. Well, I get that. That's a good thing, isn't it? Perhaps the reason they were frightened was because of someone's scream. Why are you trying so hard to hide the fact that there was a scream? Are you concealing some vital information from me? Ah! I am doing nothing of the sort. It's true that I heard some sort of scream, but I'm not trying to hide it. I'm trying to show his true colors. I should be more aggressive with my next move. I'll ask him about the scream. It's time to give him a taste of the futility of keeping a secret. When did you hear the scream? That's it. I just remembered. At the time of the murder, there was an event going on. It was the animal show. I had gone there to see it. So you're saying that since you were watching the show, you did not hear the scream. That's completely different from everything you just said up until now. Shut up! So what if it is? I mean, my memory is just hazy. Animal show was very enjoyable. What kind of animals performed in the show? Well, I believe I saw a whale. You liar! You didn't see the animal show at all. Ah! That is, I sort of saw it and I sort of didn't see it. Who did the scream belong to? Do you know who the scream belonged to? Well, I was mistaken. When the incident occurred, That's why I did not hear the scream. Let's try using that clue. Just how deep are you going to dig your pit of lies? It's obvious that you did not see the animal show. There's no way out of this. Tell me what really happened. Confess everything you know about the scream. I cannot answer. What I cannot answer. I did not hear the scream from the person who discovered the body. That's strange. Normally, if you hear a scream, usually it's from the victim. Why would you think the scream was from the person who discovered the body? But my mistake. How? How did you know the scream was from the person who discovered the body? Well, that's because... Oh. And I figured you all out. Allow me to answer it for you. That is because you're the one who discovered the body, and the scream that was heard when the murder occurred didn't come from the victim. It came from you when you discovered the body. Just you think you are. It is just as you say, but what gives you the right to do this? Checkmate. It's now clear who discovered the body. You have no more reason to withhold your testimony, correct? Well, I doubt my testimony is worth hearing. Whether or not it is worth hearing is for me to decide. I'll expose the truth with my own hands. That is my sole duty. And I think you're a little off there, Mr. Edgeworth. What do you mean? We're in trying to expose the truth. We're trying to save Simon. Isn't our goal to help out our clients? I mean, you're not a prosecutor right now. You're the defense attorney assistant. Well said there. He's right on the money, Mars. The official task of the Edgeworth law office is to defend our clients. The old man who founded the firm truly he had with his clients. So if you're not willing to do the same, maybe out for this job. I don't want to fire you on the spot either, so have a heart, okay? The heart of a defense attorney. In any case, it is important that we hear the testimony of the person who discovered the body. Start talking, Mr. Sawyer. Tell me what happened when you found the body. I was in the workroom over there. I'm practicing my skills. By some chance, I got curious about the adjacent workroom and went up to the door. I peeked in through the small window in the door. When I saw him lying there, a man, not moving, dead. I felt in fright and found myself letting out a scream. If I may confirm one thing. You were in the room, right next to the one where the dead body was found. Within the prison we call it workroom B. And you were in there the whole time on the day of the murder. Yes. After the 7 a.m. roll call, I remained inside the whole time. In this prison we have roll call 3 times a day. 7 a.m., noon, and 9 p.m. And they checked the workrooms during those times too. Exactly. See, so during the 7 a.m. roll call, there was nothing amiss. And neither's body was not in the workroom yet. Sounds like the murder occurred at 7 a.m. Huh? And that's right when the animal show started. Correct, the other prisoners went to see the animal show. Meaning anyone who did not see the show does not have an alibi. Do you understand what I'm saying, Mr. Sawyer? Yes, that's true. However, I merely discovered the body. His testimony has clear contradiction. I should press him about that first. I was in the workroom over there practicing my skills. By practicing, you mean, of course. Yes, my grooming training, for I am a model prisoner. That. By some chance, I got curious about the adjacent. I went up to the door. You were curious about the adjacent room. Precisely. I felt the need to look inside. Why did you feel that way? Even if you ask me why, I just did it on a whim. You weren't concentrating on your training. No, nothing of the sort, for I am a model's prisoner. It's just that the other prisoners had left to see the animal show, which is why I was feeling somehow lonely. Yeah, that's like being stuck in a classroom after school's let out. Yes, that's right. And since I couldn't enter the other workroom, I peeked in through the small window on the front door. Small window, so you couldn't get a clear look. Indeed, as you can see there is grill cover on the window. It does not offer a wide view at all. Normally the guards use it to check inside the rooms, right? Precisely, you seem to be well versed in this matter. Well, I happen to know a thing or two about prisons, you know. What does she mean by that? We'll find out the details later. In any case, I peeked into the room from the window. And I saw him lying there. A man, not moving, dead. You know, it was a man right away. It was clear judging from his clothing. Yes, because I like stereotyping genders. Even the fact that he was dead was as plain as day. You could tell he was dead through the tiny window. Well, it's not the first time I've seen a dead body. What? What? So you mean the reason you are in here is because... I'm ashamed to admit it, but it is as you say. However, this was my first time seeing a body that someone else had killed. I quelled and frightened and found myself letting out a scream. Remember what the scream sounded like? Well, all I can say is that I shrieked at the top of my lungs. Well, I guess that's what happens when you get scared. Yes, it is just as you say. In any case, I'll let you out a scream. He's pretending to be an innocent bystander, but parts of his testimony are odd, considering his situation and the place he's in. Contradictions should be quite obvious. I'll show him the evidence that proves it. Blah, blah, blah. I peeked in through the small window on the door. What? Please stop telling such feeble lies. You don't seem to understand your position. My position? I used to be a newspaper salesman, but then I took up training. What about the bracelet on your wrist? It proves that you are unmistakable. And as long as you wear that bracelet, you should not be able to move around as you please. As soon as you went through the door, the sensor would have been sounding the alarm. That is... Peeking into the adjacent room is impossible, when you couldn't even leave the one you were in. Ah! Ooh-wee, nice one, Miles. That was a real humdinger. But does that mean Mr. Sawyer didn't see the body? I'm not so sure, perhaps. We should let the man explain it to us. So you see, that is, well... Forgive me, it appears my previous explanation was lacking. I shall clearly explain how I was able to see the body. Very well, let us hear your revised testimony. There was a rather well-known technique among the prisoners here. If the hand with the bracelet stays in the room, you can step out without sounding the alarm. That's how I was able to peek into the adjacent room. The moment I realized that the man inside was dead, I let out a scream. What that means? He kept his arm inside workroom B while he peeked into the adjacent room. I'd appreciate it if you didn't mention this to anyone, especially the guards, okay? Was that what he was trying to hide earlier? I should try asking more details about a few other things as well. There's a rather well-known technique among the prisoners here. You call it a technique? Sounds more like something a 10-year-old could have figured out. Tell me more about this technique. Certainly, here's how it works. If the hand with the bracelet stays in the room, you can step outside without activating the alarm. All you gain by doing that is a small degree of freedom. Naturally, but it is all that we have left to enjoy. I'm shocked that you enjoy such a thing. Have you truly reflected on what you've done? But of course, for I am a model prisoner. Your definition of model is highly suspicious. Regardless, was that the technique you used? Yes, that is correct. I made sure no guards were around when I did it. That's how I was able to peek into the adjacent room. Troublesome. I heard a noise coming from the adjacent room. It seemed odd to me, as there should not have been anyone inside. So you peeked into the adjacent workroom as soon as you heard the noise? Yes, of course. I peeked in as soon as I could. I see. Is there a problem with that statement? You looked into the adjacent room immediately after you heard the noise. If that was true, then you should have seen more than just the dead body. You should have seen the person who had made the noise. Well, he looks really shaken. Mr. Sword, answer me. What did you really see? If you intend to remain silent, I will have no choice but to assume that you are complicit into the murder. Oh, please forgive me. It's just that I couldn't even believe what I saw myself. It may have been just a dream. I hesitate to even recall it. Tell me what happened. Very well, I will be frank with you. I saw a dog. It was a nightmarish scene. A large black dog was biting into the neck of the victim. What did you say? It was truly a hellish scene. The dog killed him. Oh, that's some grade A trauma right there. I was chilled to my very core, and I let out a shriek. A man-eating dog inside the zoo of a prison. That was everything I saw. Do you believe me now? Yes, I do. I doubt one would be able to lie about something like that. Would you add that to a testimony? Yes, certainly. The moment I realized that man inside was dead, I let out a scream. And to my horror, there was a black dog biting his neck. A black dog was biting the victim's neck. Yes, blood came pouring out, and as a result, the dog's mouth became stained with it. Stop. Don't need to get that detailed. At that time was the victim. Worth? Is that why? Why'd you ask him that? Kay, would you hit Uncle Ray? The man did not even flinch. He must have been dead already, but the blood continued to gush from his neck. He most likely had passed away already. His hands moved nary an inch. Way too much detail. Are you doing this on purpose? Certainly not. I'm just trying to give an accurate testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, shall I add that statement to my testimony? If you would. It was terrifying. A truly terrifying sight. Most likely he had passed away already. His hands moved nary an inch. Mr. Sawyer, I seem to have been making a mistake and now I'm losing health for no reason. Let's see. Covered in blood and mud. Very vivid. That is because I witnessed it up close, relatively speaking. I could feel the anguish he suffered in his death. Mr. Edgeworth, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Really? How terrible. Oh, come on! It's all because of you that my mind is filled with scary thoughts. I even have nightmares myself. Even now I can still remember everything clearly. The ring with the snowflake insignia glimmered with no purpose but to catch my eye. A ring with a yeah? Yes, that is correct. It was clearly engraved on the I see, your testimony is very accurate, but it's a little accurate if you ask me. And what's wrong with being accurate now? You state that you saw a ring with a snowflake engraved into it, and it is true that the victim was wearing such a ring. See, was I not correct? That is not the issue I have with your testimony. Take a look at this picture. As you can see, the right hand is covered by a sheet. It should not have been possible for you to see the engraving on the ring, unless you had approached the body and lifted up the sheet for yourself. You said you only looked into the workroom through the door, and yet you gave such a detailed account of what you saw. Who do you think you are? Acting all high and mighty. I'm telling you, I saw what I saw. Oh, the victim must have moved his arm after I saw it. I don't think so. You said as much earlier. The man did not even flinch. He had been dead already. The victim was already dead. How would he have been able to move his arm? This guy's looking pretty suspicious now. Yeah? Frank saw it. What are you hiding, you scoundrel? No, I'm not. That is, you're wrong. I know what I saw. Shut up already. Stop making a fuss about every little thing I say. You're just a defense attorney's assistant. He's finally shown his true self. Well, I guess the cat's out of the bag. A black Harry wanted that. Just went flying. I'm just your friendly neighborhood witness. Are you really just a witness? I would say that you are rather suspicious. What was that? You saw something that could not have been seen from the outside of the room. How is that possible? The logic behind it is simple. But this is where you saw the body from. When you discovered the body, you went inside the room where it laid. Since you saw the engraving on the ring, that is the only possibility. Ah, even if you say that, you ain't got no evidence, do ya? Where's the evidence that shows that I was in that room? I was screwing pets at the time. In the room adjacent to where the body was found. I even went as far as to borrow some rubber gloves. Give me the evidence that proves I was in the room. You just gave yourself away, you little dummy. Mr. Sawyer, what were you doing when the body was discovered? Didn't I tell you already? I was practicing being a pet groomer. I see. In that case, do you happen to recognize this glove? Oh, that's... This was found near the body. It is believed to have been dropped by the culprit. By the way, I noticed that you also have a rubber glove hanging out of your apron pocket. No, this is something else. Looks like you're missing one of your gloves. You can find gloves like these anywhere in the prison. Your evidence proves nothing. Perhaps we should hand this glove over to police for fingerprinting then. I'm certain they will find some interesting results. Ah! It's over. What the? Pretty cool, right? My objection voice. Mr. Shields, could you save the jokes for later? I'm not joking, because it's not over yet. There's still something else, something that's clearly odd. That guy's a prisoner, you know? He's got the bracelet and all. That's right! How did he get into the other workroom? The sensor would have set off the alarm, right? Right, that's the only thing I don't know yet. Not so fast, Mr. Prosecutor, or Mr. Prisoner. You fill us in. Pretty weird. The bracelet could have been his last line of defense. Defense? Right, Kay. It was useful evidence for Mr. Prisoner here. He could have claimed that due to the bracelet he wasn't able to enter the room. But he didn't say a word about it. Is there any reason why you wouldn't? Silent treatment, eh? Well, the judge yesterday did say that silence is golden. Wow, you really are a hotshot defense attorney, Mr. Shields. Defense attorneys always remain calm in a pinch, and smile in the face of danger. That's what your old man taught. The defense attorney's creed, yeah? So what's the deal? Why didn't you mention anything about the bracelet? Truth is, it's broken. Ago, I took a spill and the bracelet hit the floor with a loud bang. Ever since then, it has not been able to activate the sensor. Forgive me, it was so convenient I didn't want to report it. I see, so the bracelet was broken. But did it really break so easily? If that is true, then there is a problem with the prison security. You there, may I have a moment? Yeah, kitty, you're such a cute little guy, yes you are, meow. Excuse me. Yes, sir, what can I do, meow? This prisoner's bracelet appears to be broken. What? Really, meow? That's not good at all, meow. I'll contact the person in charge and have it replaced immediately, meow. Thank you. I'll be holding on to the broken bracelet for the time being. Yes, sir, please take care of it. Meow? Now that the bracelet has been taken care of, shall we move on to arresting you for murder? What? Perish the thought. I didn't kill anyone. But your bracelet was broken, right? Doesn't that mean you could have gone anywhere you wanted during the animal show? But all I did was find the body, honest. And it is true that I saw the dog biting his neck. However, I entered the workroom after the dog had left. Why did you do that? Well, it was just... I was curious if he had anything of value on him. He was planning to loot the corpse. That's why he remembers Nighty's ring so well. Why are you looking at me, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm a great thief. Please don't put me on the same level as him. But I didn't take a thing. The animal show had ended and the other prisoners were making their way back down here. I hurried back to my workroom and let out a scream to deceive the others. And that's when you dropped your rubber glove. Yes, his story holds up. What do you think, Mark? Whether he is the murderer or not, one big question remains. How did Knightley get all the way from his holding? You're right about that. It's a real stumper. And there's something Mr. Sawyer said in his testimony that I'm not very concerned about. The dog had a part in the murder. Mr. Sawyer? Yes, what is it? Were there any other prisoners who didn't see the animal show? Yes, there's only one other that I know of. This prisoner wouldn't have been able to see the show even if he wanted to, correct? Yes, that's correct. Why do you ask? Just as I thought. I had my suspicions as soon as I saw that black dog. That fiendish. I never expected him to be held in this prison. Where is his cell? After, do you intend to meet him? Him? Who's him? Him is a supervillain from the Powerpuff Girls. He's a very special man. He receives very special treatment and... Oh, forgive me, I need to watch what I say about him. However, if you value your lives, I would advise you to stay away from him. Hey, cut it out already! You're giving me the creeps! Puppet Master in the shadows. Yeah, I still value my life. Being held in the special cell. Over there in that direction. Special cell. It certainly seems like he received special treatment. Well, so just who is this him anyway? To protect my own life, all I can tell you is that he is the oldest prisoner here. My deepest apologies, but I can't say any more. He's truly terrifying. It has to fill me in. It feels like you're leaving Uncle Ray behind here. He is someone I knew in the past. Let's head for the special cell. I believe that black dog should be there as well. March 28, 12:41 p.m. Prison special cell? Hey, it's pitch black in here. I can't see a thing at all. Aren't you always talking about how the Yarglass is able to flap even in the darkest night? Even in the depths of the night, when no other bird dares take a flight. One alone soars to shine the light of righteousness on the world's blight. And that one is me, for I am the great thief Yarglass. Oh, that was pretty cool. But still, I can't see what I can't see. I'm still just human. Mr. Edgeworth, I presume. That voice, it can only be, has been far too long. Do you still remember me? It would be impossible to forget, because it was you who did what none could, and placed me here in this cell. And don't tell me that the dog is talking to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Someone else there? Can't see anything though. Yeah. It is rude to frighten the visitor. Here, allow me to illuminate this. Noisy visitors from the voices and footsteps on the back. But it would be rude not to introduce. I am called Sir Handrogan. Mr. Edgeworth and I, we are old acquaintances. Ah, this man is a former assassin. The blind assassin, Sir Handrogan. His weapons are sharp knives and ferocious dog. His appearance is always accompanied by the sound of a bell. It is said that the ringing of this bell in the darkness is the last sound his victims hear. Would you be so kind to share the reason why you have come, Mr. Edgeworth? That will not be necessary. You are already well aware of why you're here. It seems we know each other quite well. We suspect your dog of committing murder. The witness who discovered the body saw him biting it. There must be a mistake. My boy is obedient. He would never do such a thing. Anubis. Good boy, good boy. Anubis may be your guide dog, but you raised him to be a vicious killer. He was one of the weapons you used as an assassin, and therefore it is ludicrous that you are allowed to still keep the dog while you are in prison. To begin with, the witness, reliable sort. So it is also one of the, and it's difficult to say if we can trust this. Any case, I think you have the wrong dog, right, Anubis? Boy, I wonder if who the witness is. I would like to hear your alibi from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. yesterday morning. In the animals show, I was in my humble cell the entire time. I took up whittling recently. My focus was solely on the wooden chisel in my hands. The prisoners have free access. Prisoners have free access to chisels here. Normally that's not allowed. The warden is a kind soul. He has given me special permission. Kind. Ridiculous. Even 5 metal chisels would become deadly weapons in his hands. I started out by a statue, but I moved on to other shapes after 674th. Really? That many? All it takes. I have plenty of. Here's what I'm working on now. I did not know that you played chess. Do you play as well, mister? I would like to test your wits in a... I only started playing since my arrival here. I'm still experienced. What is this? A dog? Just for the fun of it, I kept this hound piece. This is a game of war. Pawns, knights, and castles. Each side pushing forces to the limits to take the enemy's king. But I found the absence of dogs. Hounds are an indispensable part of warfare, but it is nothing more than folly. I still play by all the normal. Isn't it difficult for you to find opponents here in the prison? I always play correspondence. Correspondence chess. Do you play chess through the mail? Prisoners are leave letters, although they are subject to it. At the moment, I am waiting for my opponent's next move. He plays chess outside of the prison. You know who was murdered? It was Horace Knight, a most unfortunate lad. Your ears are as sharp as ever. They are all I can rely on. As a thought, he has full knowledge of everything that goes on in this prison. On second thought, fortunate after all. Fortunate, how so? Able to avoid punishment. Sadness. Old man. Assassination attempt. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, didn't Mr. Knightley just... He may have killed his own superior, but he never attempted to take the president's life. Are they trying to conceal the fact that the assassination was staged by the president? Whoa. Hold your horses, Knightley. Knightley didn't attack the president. But Uncle Ray was requested to defend him in court on charges of attempted assassination. You didn't know either, Uncle Ray? They're trying to pin the whole thing on Mr. Knightley? Now I see why the PIC is taking action. Ah, so that's why they removed you from the case. The pest guy was going to indict him on charges of nation, and in doing so, they would have twisted the truth. I suspected it was a false charge. I heard about it from one of the guards about Knightley. He kept desperately in. I didn't assassinate anyone. But the courts are supposed to bring truth to light. I may not be well versed in law, but I can say one thing for certain. Some of the prisoners here convicted on false charges. That's right, Anubis Bright, my boy. Leaving the truth in the care of the court can be dangerous. Leaving the truth in the care of the court is dangerous. There was someone who said the exact same thing before. That investigation doesn't trust prosecutors. You're not twisting the truth behind those closed courtroom doors, are you? Fueled by those ideas, is it any wonder that courts produce nothing but falsities and lies? Rest assured, the next time we meet, I won't be so forgiving. I doubt his distrust has cleared up completely. You feel this way, don't you, Anubis? The truth of the courts and Mr. Edgeworth's reasoning both can't be trusted. It is nothing to be upset about. You're not the only one who suspects me. Yesterday, the other prosecutors and the judge came here too. They brought the warden along. How they despise. Oh, it must have been those two rude people from before. Prosecutor the Best and Judge Courtney. They thoroughly inspected my room but left without finding a thing. Seems they were searching for the murder weapon. This ash. They searched the other prisoners' cells too, not just mine. Yet they were still unable to find anything. All that hard work was for naught. This is quite a problem. What should we do? Its testimony alone won't hold up. In order to confront him, we'll need evidence. Now, if my guest would be so kind as to leave me, right, Anubis? Show them the way out. Does this mean what I think it means? Let's get going, Mr. Edgeworth. We shall meet again, Logan. Would be a shame for our long-awaited reunion to end so soon. I'll be waiting. March 28, 1-1. My apologies. 1:12 p.m. prison hallway. Now then, we still need to find that murder weapon. Mr. Edgeworth! Went all the way up there. It's fine now, Kay. Come down from there. Where's Mr. Shields? Beats me, he just took off running like death was after him. Good grief, that man. What should we do now, Mr. Edgeworth? We'll continue investigating. First, we should start by solving that one mystery. Knightley's body was found in the workroom inside the prison. However, he was supposed to be in the detention center holding cell. How did he get to the prison under such tight security? Let's go investigate the holding cell in the detention center. That was where Mr. Knightley was held, right? But what about Uncle Ray? Let's just leave him be for now. I thought we were supposed to be his assistants, though. March 28, 1:34 p.m. Detention center. Hallway. The victim's cell in the detention center was this way. Let's check it out, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, this is truly just dreadful. What happened? Warden, Miss Rowland. You must have come from behind the no entry sign. Oh, you still won't talk, even after all the trouble you went through to get the evidence transferred from the prison. Right. I don't know how many times I tried. I can't report back empty-handed. That assassin sure is one tough cookie, huh? Did you just say assassin? Oh my. Pardon me, but were you just talking about Sir Handokin? Oh, you slapping, were you? You naughty boy. Did you question him personally, Warden Rowland? Not just him. I try to live a heart-to-heart with all my prisoners and suspects. In my home, we're all family here. It's only fair I invite them to my warden's office. The warden's office? Oh, and have you taken an interest in my room as well? It's just down this hallway, but outside is not allowed past this part. Down the hallway, so around there. It's such a lovely room. People do so enjoy being invited back there. I always show them the splendid view of my precious court. The courtyard of this animal-filled prison. I'd sure love to see it. I'm delighted that you want to see it. However, I cannot invite you. What? You're not a child of our home. If you want to come to my room, you'll have to be convicted first. That's a rather high hurdle to clear. Goodness me, look at how long we've been talking. I was just about to feed Allie her lunch. Allie? She's my favorite little angel. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must be off to the courtyard. Toodaloo! I never get a chance to ask her about Dogen. Well, let's head over to Knight's cell. March 28, 1:43 p.m. Detention Center, holding cell. Yes, it's the victim's cell. When did Mr. Knightley arrive in here again? It was after the president's welcoming ceremony on the night of March 25th. When and how did they move over to the... There might be some evidence left that can answer that. Alright, let's get cracking, Mr. Edgeworth. Not as dirty as I thought it would. And the toilet paper was signs of you. Looks like there are no problems with the toilet. Yeah, there's a huge problem. The problem? It's totally awkward having the toilet out in the open like that. They need to think more about the end user. This facility wasn't designed with the spirit of service in mind. Something seems off. The floor is clean. Was it mopped recently? It seems strange that only the area in front of the bed has been wiped clean. Horace Knightley's suit. According to the results of my investigation. What did you find out? A man who looks good in a suit leaves a more favorable impression with the ladies. Oh! Next time I'll investigate men who look good in frills. Please don't bother. This newspaper. It's missing a few pages. They appear to be torn out. Why would someone tear out the page of a newspaper? Well, looks like an uncomfortable bed to sleep. But the pillow covers clean, not to speak of dust on them. Is this what the bed at Gummy's place looks like as well? No, if my hunch is correct, he has an old beat-up mattress lying around in his room. Mr. Edgeworth, is this a dining menu? You can choose your daily meals in the detention center. However, unless you have the money, you won't be able to choose what you want to eat. In the end, the world revolves around money. Doesn't this mean that the rich won't have to reflect on their crimes? Yes, well, those who come here haven't been declared guilty yet. There are a few good people who don't need to reflect, probably. It sounds like you're just making excuses for them, Mr. Edgeworth. Why should I have to come up with an excuse for a detention center? Oh, there's something on the desk. It seems to be some kind of memo. Let me take a closer look. This is somehow connected to evidence I hold. Yes, notation. I've seen it before. You're still thinking about. You're still thinking about. Yes. Focus on the investigation. Focus. This is quite important to this investigation. Hey, have a look at this. Are these the chess pieces from Dogen's cell? I don't know much about the rules of chess. The rules of chess are not important here. Look at the position of in this memo and the pieces in Dogen's cell. Do you notice anything? Oh! I don't know anything about the different chess pieces, but if you flip the board around, the position of the chess pieces are completely the same. Yes, although the memo doesn't include the Cerberus chess piece, the position of the other chess pieces are identical. What's going on here? I always play correspondence. Might be hard to believe, but Dogen's chess opponent was. Are you saying he was playing against Mr. Knightley? With this, we now have the evidence to link Dogen with the victim. A lot of books here. What's this? The Wonderful Warden of ours? The Hound Whistler, The Animal Shack Redemption? Mr. Knightley, he was a surprisingly good person. No, the detention center provides these books for the visitors' own edification. Books are supposed to help grow as a human being. Prison Life for Dummies. Books were written by model prisoners and former inmates. Oh, here's a helpful book. The Great Escape in 80 Days, based on a true story. Oh, check this one out. Crime and Establishment. How to Make Money in Prison. Those with the detention center may run deeper than I thought. The reflection in the mirror. Oh, it's security camera. A great thief's arch nemesis. I guess they don't take to kindness to thieves here. There is no reason for the detention center to be kind to thieves. God! I would like you to check the footage of this security camera. If you find any problems, report to me at once. I understand, sir. Windows with iron bars. There are no signs of it doesn't look like the criminal could have escaped through here. What if these iron bars are removable? Let me inspect them for future reference. Okay, now's not the time for that. We're in the middle of an investigation. Actually, if they are removable, might matter. But okay. The floor here is clean. It was probably wiped down with something. Did someone spill grape juice here? I don't know exactly what was wiped away, but I can imagine what was used to wipe it. It's very likely that it was this torn up newspaper. I couldn't have asked one of the guards if he could borrow the cleaning rag. Perhaps it was something he didn't want the guards to see. This is what our investigation turned up. It seems we found a major connection between the victim and Dogen. This is terrible! And what happened? The security camera recorded something terrible. What? Don't let me see it. Of course, sir. I have a portable playback device right here. And let me see it right away. This is... Black thing has got to be that ducky, right? Up until this point, I thought the murder took place inside the prison. But it appears I was mistaken. The place where Knightley was attacked was He was in the detention center, and furthermore, he was attacked by Dogen's dog. This is decisive evidence. If Knightley was killed in this room, then this piece of evidence we found in the cell takes on a new meaning. Which piece of new meaning? Someone might floor clean. It's possible they were wiping away bloodstains. Thank you for your hard work. While I have your attention, may I ask for one more favor? What would that be? There should be a detective by the name of Gumshoe in the detention center of the prison. I would like you to give him a message. Tell him to check this room for traces of blood and give the results to me. Yes, sir. This should corner that old coot. No, not yet. We still don't know how Knightley and the dog moved from here to the prison. That's true, but once we figure that out... Where should we check out next, Mr. Edgeworth? The guards here might know something about the murder. Let's see if we can learn any new details from them. March 28, 2:15 p.m. Detention Center hallway. Alright, let's continue our... Oh! Sorry to intrude. Well, if it isn't Mr. Prosecutor and the little lady. Fancy meeting you here. This man is Shilong Lang, an Interpol agent. About 2 weeks ago, he was in charge of an investigating one of my cases. I would have thought he returned to his native country of Xingfa by now. Agent Lang, what brings you here? Just some boring work. Nothing you need to hear. On top of the black dog, we meet a black wolf. You came alone today, Agent Lang. Usually he'd have a huge police force. Mr. Prosecutor, you've been busy these past few days. Past few days? You're referring to the incident with the Xingfa president. I would have thought you'd be involved in the security too. Ha! Our president doesn't even trust his own country's police force. Look at the results of hiring a private security company. It's laughable. Agent Lang doesn't trust prosecutors or the courts. That's why he brings along a large police force of capable policemen to thoroughly investigate the crime scene. Yes, if you and your subordinates had been there, the results might have been different. My subordinates, huh? They're no longer with me. They're not with you. Did all 100 of them die? What did you do, Mr. Lang? Funny, it looks like I'm the real lone wolf now. Agent Lang, just what happened exactly? Didn't I tell you? It's nothing you need to know about. Well, be seeing you, Mr. Prosecutor. Mr. Lang, I wonder what happened. Yes, it troubles me too, but there's nothing we can do about it for now. Okay, let us continue with our investigation. Got it. First, we asked those guards a few questions. You there, have you seen a black dog around here? Of course not. If I had actually seen it, I wouldn't be standing around here so carefree. Did something happen with that doggy? Okay, let's not press this matter any further. Those dogs didn't come by the detention center. Wrong? Is something troubling you? Sir, one of my uniforms has gone missing, but I'm certain that I placed it in this locker. Maybe this new uniform grew legs and walked off somewhere? What kind of logic is that? In any case, I wish you the best in your search. I'll be rooting for you. Just thank you for your support. Oh, there you are. Mr. Shields, where did you go? Where indeed? I've been searching for you guys this whole time. Walk and roll around the prison is hard work, you know. That's strange, seeing as you came from the opposite direction. I've got some new information. Want to hear it? Do you? You should change the subject quickly. I heard a little something from the guards. It seems Knightley caused a bit of an incident 2 days ago. An incident? You know how Simon said he came to visit Knightley, right? After the visit, when Knightley returned to his cell, naturally a guard escorted Knightley back to his cell. While the guard was unlocking his handcuffs, all of a sudden Knightley struck the guard and knocked him out. It seems he was going to attempt a jailbreak. By the time the other guards arrived, the key to his cell had... But there had been no reports of Knightley's jailbreak attempt 2 days ago. Exactly, it's strange, isn't it? Right up until his death, he was still in his cell. What's more, Knightley claimed he never stole the key in the first place. In fact, they searched his cell and the key was nowhere to be found. Did the guard who was struck have anything to say? No one knows. He was taken to the hospital while he was still unconscious. He's still there now, it seems. But in the end, we still don't know what happened. It's you! That voice. What are you still doing hanging around here? Oh, well, you see, this is my assistant. Are you here to object to our investigation and make me into a laughing stock? Sebastian, I believe obstruct is the word you're looking for. In a way, I think his expression was apt. A pleasure meeting. Judge Courtney? I am. I know you are Simon Key's defense attorney, are you not? Well then, let's skip the formalities. Celebrate our happy reunion with a hug. Or maybe not. Incidentally, I heard you mentioned an assistant a moment ago. Yeah, we're assistants at the Edgeworth law offices. Prosecute as civil servants to open side business is to betray. To open a side business is to betray the gods of the law. As long as profit is not our objective, there shouldn't be a problem, right? That's it. Miles here is a volunteer worker. The purpose of my office isn't to make money. We're pro bono. What a wonderful heart. Defending others without demanding payment. I do have an amazing charitable heart. More importantly, I'd like you to explain your reasons for arresting Simon Keyes. There's no need to. Is that a challenge against me? No, I was speaking with Judge Courtney. I guess it can't be helped. If you want to take on the best, you will fall like the rest. I haven't said anything yet, but this is convenient. Then I will hear you out. What were your reasons for arresting Mr. Keyes? No need to inform you, Sebastian. Let us... Just watch, Justine. Watch as I run around in circles against this useless prosecutor. I think you mean run circles around me. Yeah, that's what I meant. Prepare yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. Do you want to know my reasons for arresting that man? The answer is simple, yes. We found traces of that guy over there. How's that perfectly simple? Perfectly decisive, right? Of course, I was the first to notice it because I'm the best. How am I supposed to go about pressing that? How's that? Got nothing to say? Read this in my presence? Guy sure talks a lot. So you're the one who arrested Mr. Keyes, I take it. Mr. The Best, do you have the right to do such a thing? Well, obviously, it was the police who carried out the arrest. But since it was under my direction, shouldn't it also count as my arrest? As I expected. It'll be difficult to deal with both of them at the same time. However, her silence is troubling me. Just what is she thinking? So you want to know my reasons for arresting that man? Let's get one thing clear. You do know who you arrested, right? What? Do you take me for a fool? The one I arrested was Simon Keyes, no doubt about it. I expect you at least understand that much. Obviously, we had a fatal reason for arresting Simon. Really, that's quite a surprise. So what is this fatal reason for the arrest? Are you attempting to lure information out of me through flattery? A good strategy, but I am afraid it won't work on me. We have found vital evidence implicating Simon Keyes. That's what Sebastian was trying to say. Yes, so because of this fatal evidence, I had Simon arrested. The answer is simple. Yes, we found traces of that guy over there. That guy over there. That's certainly vague. Well, don't they say the best hears one thing and understands 10? You're just being lazy. Explain it more clearly. Sebastian, if it's alright with you, would you please explain it to them in more detail? I'm sure that everyone wants to hear what you have to say. Alright, if you insist, Justine. We discovered that perhaps you didn't know, but the victim carried a chessboard with him. From it, we found that suspect's guy's, Simon Keyes' fingerprints. Well, don't you, Sebastian? Bless you on behalf of the goddess of the law. Please amend your testimony. Are you alright with that, Prosecutor Edgeworth? Yes, I am. The victim carried a chessboard. From it, we found Simon Keyes' fingerprints. Fingerprints found on the chessboard. Is that the ace up your sleeve? Ace in my sleeve? Oh, ace up my sleeve. Yes, methods I use are always the best. This ace is my trump card. Well then, allow me to show you that it is not, in fact, a trump card at all. Simon Keyes was the one who sent this chessboard to the victim in the first place, so it's only natural some of his prints would be left on it. Oh! That took way too long. These fingerprints are hardly decisive evidence. Perhaps your arrest was a little too rash. Rash? To begin with, this incident occurred in the detention center and the prison. To suspect Simon just because he isn't a prisoner or a guard is a little unreasonable. Oh! What? What's with him all of a sudden? Oh, I finally get what you're trying to say. Rash? You mean we were too quick to arrest the guy, right? You were stuck on that? Sure, I was the first to lay eyes on him. And I was the first to notice the evidence. That was even faster. But I am not rash. Sure, Simon Keyes isn't a guard or a prisoner, but, Sebastian? Judge Courtney. What are you doing, Justine? Don't butt in like that. Pardon me, Sebastian. Yes, your words on the suspect are very interesting. However, shouldn't you get the best part first? The best part? Why don't you tell them? About your wonderful reasoning regarding the murder weapon? A good one, Justine. A nice suggestion. Mr. Edgeworth, listen to my first-rate reasoning. Will this reasoning explain why you arrested Mr. Keyes? I'm sure it will meet your expectations. Judge Courtney just changed the flow of the conversation. Just what is she planning? It's obvious the murder weapon was a sharp metal object. However, the prison maintains strict control over potentially lethal weapons. So that's why I reasoned that the murder weapon was brought in from the outside. Yes, it was hidden inside the chessboard. And since only the victim and its suspect fingerprints were found on the chessboard, isn't it obvious who brought and used the murder weapon? At least it's clearer than his last testimony. It's the best reasoning you can get from prosecutor the best. How do you like that? Now he's mixing up the best with his own name. But could someone really hide a weapon inside a gift sent to a prisoner? You'll find a good place if you examine the inside of the chessboard. Inside the chessboard, some place to hide a weapon. Now what an annoying laugh at the chessboard. Perhaps I should examine it a bit further. This panel is removable. It's quite deep. Yes, there's more than enough room to hide a small knife. Understand now? This is how the culprit smuggled in the... What's with the I wasn't even finished! This is the best. There's something you have forgotten. There's a gate at the entrance of the detention center. Huh? Well, there is, but... He means the security gates with the metal detectors, Sebastian. We had to pass through the same check when we entered the prison, remember? Oh, yeah, that's it. I remember now. I just realized his metal rod thingy is made of plastic. That's the only right answer. Because apparently the metal detector didn't do anything about it. It looks like he's completely forgot. It would be impossible to smuggle a sharp metal object into the detention center. Therefore, your reasoning never held even from the very beginning. That gate. People. In other words, packages sent to the detention center undergo a simpler check. So they do use a metal detector for that. So they don't use a metal detector for that. This never should have happened. It seems the guards were too careless. Right, Justine. Thanks for the assistance. You're very welcome. Now then, Prosecutor Edgeworth, your cross-examination, if you please. Cross-examination. It's as if we were in the courtroom. Very well, his reasoning. Let's see how long it will hold up under pressure. Hey there, Sir Hydreigon. Been a while. Nice to see you. It's obvious the murder weapon was a sharp metal object. A sharp metal object. Do you have proof of that? Didn't you see the victim's wound? Worthless prosecutor? The fatal blow was a stab to the throat. And a knife perfectly matches up with that. There can be no other explanation. It seems they don't know about that piece of information yet. Nothing to say. Speechless, aren't you, Mr. Edgeworth? Right next there is plenty more to my reasoning. However, the prison maintains strict control over potential thief items. Even with the strict control, there were still some items that could have been used, right? Well, yeah. Things like grooming scissors. Of course there's more to this. Right, Sebastian? Oh, exactly. At the time of the incident, only one was being borrowed. However, there was one reaction when we tested it for blood. There was no reaction when we detected. Those would be the scissors that Mr. Sawyer was practicing with. But the inside of the prison was completely clear of sharp implements. So that's why I reasoned that the murder weapon was brought in from the outside. Can you be more specific about where it came from? Of course I can. It didn't come from inside the prison. It's trying to sound smart. Oh, that sounds awful, Hydreigon. You doing okay? I hope you're doing okay. Is your mom okay? I hope all of y'all are fine. Simon Keyes brought it in. That's what we mean. Mr. Edgeworth, can't you even figure that much out? I'm disappointed in you. And you disappointed me from the start. Simon brought the murder weapon. But how, you ask? Yes, it was hidden inside the chessboard. No weapon was found at the crime scene, not even inside the chessboard. So where did the murder weapon disappear to? I'd like to hear your answer to that. Well, after the crime, the culprit must have hidden it somewhere in the prison. Is there a problem with that statement the Best just made? The murder weapon is hidden inside the prison. I don't think so. It's clear from this piece of evidence. What shows that the murder weapon can be inside the prison? Had you completely forgotten your own actions? You along with Warden Roland, conducted a search of the prison. But you did not find the murder weapon, right? That's... We must have overlooked something! This guy's just completely contradicting himself. You carried out such a sloppy investigation. I'm amazed that you call yourself the best. Are you mocking me? Don't mock me! Sebastian? Please calm yourself. Don't get caught up in the opponent's pace. I'm fine, Justine. Did you really think the best prosecutor would be shaken by someone miles behind him? I wish you'd stop messing around with other people's names. Sounds like a good plan. You guys need to be safe. I'm glad to hear that you're doing all right, and nothing bad came of it. Just be careful, okay? It really is trying times with the whole pandemic and stuff. I wish you'd stop messing around with other people's names. Oh, in that case, Kay Faraday is far ahead. Hey, don't you get caught up in this too? Yes, if my investigation didn't find anything, then there must not have been a single weapon in the prison. In that case, there's only one possibility. The criminal must have taken the murder weapon with him when he left the prison. So it is only natural we didn't find it in there. Yes? There was no way the culprit could have brought the weapon out of the prison. And this piece of evidence shows why. Had you completely forgotten, again, your own testimony? You! That's twice you insulted me! Oh, it seems you remember what I said earlier. But you do well to remember further than that. Huh? What is that? This guy, he really doesn't remember anything? It seems that way. The detention center and the prison are equipped with security gates. Anyone leaving must pass through these gates. Gates equipped with the metal detectors. Oh, that's what you... Looks like he remembers now. Yes, there's no way someone could have brought the murder weapon through those gates. And so the criminal could not have taken it out of the prison either. Oh! So then, Prosecutor Edgeworth, do you know where this murder weapon went to? Perhaps the weapon is still inside the prison. But we couldn't find it anywhere in the prison. The reason you didn't find it is because you believed it to be a sharp metal object. We saw the very moment when Mr. Knightley was attacked after all. If you can say that much, then perhaps you could enlighten us. What would you say is the murder weapon in this case? On this piece of evidence, the murder weapon of this case becomes obvious. Here's the footage from a security camera. It shows one of the cells in the detention center. See if you see it with your own eyes. What? It can't be! This tape clearly shows the moment the victim was attacked by a black dog. I believe this is sufficient proof, wouldn't you say? Indeed, this is vital evidence. Horace Knightley was killed in the detention center by that dog. After that, the body was moved to the prison workroom. Our witness claims to have seen a dog in the workroom when the body was found. Of course, the dog couldn't have planned this crime on its own. However, there is someone who could have. That's enough, Prosecutor Edgeworth. George caught me. It's true that this camera footage is vital evidence. However, there is something else you must prove. Actually, you already noticed it, haven't you? There's still a huge flaw in my reasoning. If that black dog is a prisoner's pet, how was it able to move between the detention center and the prison? Oh! What will you do, Mr. Edgeworth? I still don't know how the dog managed to move from one place to the other. I knew it. What? You're the one to talk. You don't know either. Do not solve this mystery. I'm afraid I cannot accept your logic. If this was real courtroom, I would call for a recess now. Wait, I'm not finished yet. Court has been adjourned. Leave at once. This isn't a courtroom. Well, then, as I said, court is adjourned. I can't prove my argument, but isn't it the same case with Mr. Key? Whatever do you mean? Just as I don't know how the dog entered the detention center. You also don't know how Simon Keyes entered the detention center and prison. Although he came to visit the victim, he was an outsider to the prison. Then don't you think it would be difficult for him to commit a crime inside the prison? Judge Courtney, now the burden of proof lies with you. Show us evidence that Simon Keyes entered the prison. You want me to present evidence? I'm happy to oblige. What? Does she really have evidence? It's about time I told you. Now that I know the basis of your reasoning, Prosecutor Edgeworth. What is she thinking? It seems you don't even know Simon Keyes' real occupation. He's a circus performer. A circus performer? Yes, have you ever heard of the Very Big Circus? Circus? No. But of course, yesterday was a day that I wouldn't have missed for the world. Wouldn't have missed for the world? Did you have some kind of important meeting? Oh heavens, no! I despise meetings. It was the animal show, of course. It seems you realized. On the day of the incident, an animal show was being performed. And the show was put on by the Very Big Circus. So then, do you mean Simon Keyes entered the prison as a staff member of the animal show? That we know for a fact. This woman. She's been concealing this fact the whole time. She only planned to reveal it after hearing my reasoning. Come to think of it. What are you doing, Justine? Don't butt in like that. Pardon me, Sebastian. Yes, your words on the subject are very interesting. However, shouldn't you get to the best part first? Mr. The Best was going to say it then, but she stopped him. How do you like that, worthless prosecutor? You didn't do anything. Well then, now it will really be... It's time for recess. I'll end with some advice. I'd already doubted your abilities as a prosecutor, which is why I relieved you of your authority. Yes, because the best is such a superior choice. Which is why I relieved you of your authority. You best not forget that. What are you trying to say? The PIC can still take away your badge. If you value your badge, I'd advise you to not show your face before me again. Is that a threat? The goddess of the law is merciful, but that doesn't mean you can get away with everything. And one more thing. I must digress. I suggest you stop this with this Defense Attorney Act. And that's none of your concern. I don't intend to abandon a case I'm involved with so easily. For defense attorneys, a relationship of mutual trust with their client is vital. It is very different from the way of the prosecutor. In any case, you didn't even know about your client's occupation. Well then, I must be going. May the blessings of the goddess of law be upon you. Did Simon lie to us? Seems he lied to Uncle Ray too. It's complicated. Why'd he do that? Hey, Mars, don't tell me you got cold feet already. Courtney Pie is quite a handful, but giving up is still uncool. A defense attorney's creed is to never give up. Remember, you're my assistant. Of course, I don't plan on giving up either. It's just my theory that he couldn't enter the prison no longer holds. It looks like we'll have to investigate once more. March 28th, 3:02 p.m. Detention Center visitors room. Visitors rooms. Why did you not mention that beforehand? No, but I did. What I didn't, I mentioned. That's you're you're a member of very big circus. No, it's just that. No, I'm not. I can't call myself a member yet. I'm just a new recruit. Regardless, that still makes you a member. Ah! Why didn't you tell us that before? If I told you I was part of the circus, it would have made me look suspicious, right? Because I also knew Knightley and all that. I didn't think anyone would believe that what I had to say. Not even you guys, Kay. Didn't we promise to believe in you? But Mr. Edgeworth, you're just kinda scary. Man, you're just terrible at getting info from people, aren't you, Miles? That's none of your concern. Looks like we need to have a talk with him again. So, what did you do in the circus, Simon? Guess you could say I'm a wild animal tamer. I'm still just an apprentice, though. Wow, that's incredible. So you meant lions and tigers? Do your bidding, right? No, nothing crazy like that. No way, no way, no way, no way, no way, no way, no way. My partner is this little guy right here. And that makes you a wild animal tamer. More like an organ grinder than a wild animal tamer. Funny, cut that out. He's quite handful sometimes. A detail I really enjoy is that it's the same monkey as from the circus case in the second game. Nice reference. I thought organ grinders controlled their monkeys, not the other way around. Yesterday you told us you were just a regular employee, correct? I'm still a member of the circus. I'm still legally an employee. But just like any regular company, the ringleader is the boss and I'm just a grunt. I even have a supervisor. She's the head of the wild animal tamer division. No matter what kind of fierce creature, they all immediately follow their every command. Might even be able to get a handle on Miles here. I am not a wild animal. Did you and your supervisor take part in the animal show here at the prison? Yeah, it was just us. It was just us two. It was only a small operation this time around. Basically, my supervisor takes center stage, and I take care of all the dirty work. Well, I did have a tiny part in the performance. There are only 2 members of the circus that are related to this. So, can you tell me about your movements around the prison? Okay, I went to meet Knightley 2 days ago around noon. And that's when you gave him the chessboard. That's right, and then that night I started setting up the stage in the courtyard. It was a pretty tough going back and forth moving all the crates by myself. I left everything in workroom A, I think, just temporary storage. Workroom A, that's where the body was discovered. Didn't your supervisor help you at all? No way! I can't let her do anything like that. That's my job. After I got everything ready, we started rehearsing. When we left, it was almost midnight. The show was set to start at 8 a.m. the next day and go on until 10 a.m. Only one who went out of where the body was found is Mr. Keir. And then the body was found before the show ended. Do you happen to know why you were arrested? Weird how it happened so fast. I don't think that the pest guy would just have you arrested on a whim. I wouldn't put it past him though. Well, maybe it was because of that. When I was moving the crates, I decided to go check up on him. No, nightly. You went directly into the detention block. Do you have permission? No, I had to sneak in. It wasn't a formal visit or anything. Didn't you already see him 2 days ago? Why would you go to and do such a thing? Well, we're the only friends either of us has had since childhood. It was the same as me. We never had real families. I just wanted to talk with him for a bit, so I went to see him. Didn't have a family. When I was younger, I lost the only family I had, my father. I studied. I know all too well how it feels to lose your father at a young age. So you're the same as Mr. Edgeworth and me. Oh, it was just the two of you talking. Yes, all the other cells were empty and there weren't any guards nearby. But then you got found out and that's why they suspected you. What? What? Did I do something really bad? Nothing must have happened while we were alone. That's probably the best logic. It seems that we'll need to talk with your supervisor as well. He should be here today too, probably in the courtyard. Oh, I'm sorry it turned out like this, Buzz. Simon, if there's anything we can do to help, just tell us. What? What? But I can't do anything in return. Don't you worry about that. We're your allies. That's because we're like birds of a feather, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Birds of a feather, huh? Suppose that's true. We have sufficient information about your past. I doubt you had a motive to nightly. Rather, you are probably the most affected by his death. And I doubt someone as timid as you could work up the courage to murder someone. Are all right. I'll get you out of here. We'll believe in you. What do we have here? Time to get a hang of the whole defense attorney gig. Sounded a bit like your old man just now. Me? Sound like my father. He would say the defense attorney's job is to be an ally to the deserted. If you're going to ride that stallion into the sunrise, wait for me. I want in too. Mr. Shields, I think you mean sunset. Yeah, of course. Was this a joke? Want some candy? No, thank you. I don't like sweets. Oh, really? What a shame. What's wrong with the sunrise? Living there, Yada Grass is all about the sun. Because the sun always exposes the truth. Good grief. For now, let's just head to the prison courtyard and see what we can find there. Oh, the shutters is open. Yes, it looks like that way leads to the courtyard. What are we waiting for? Come on, let's get a move on. Certainly in high spirits. March 28, 3:37 p.m. Prison courtyard. So this is the courtyard. And just before the body was discovered, the animal show was held here. It looks just like a carnival. Man, I bet it was lots of fun. The prisoners were gathered here when the body was found. So that means whoever saw the show has an alibi. We should start by checking the area for... Ah! Kay! Cut it out, you! Help me, Mr. Edgeworth! You there! Stop right this instant! Ow, 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 ow! Someone, anyone help! Down his teeth. Down. Who are you? Looks like you found a new playmate. Good for you, Astique. It wasn't playing around. It was about to eat me. Huh? No way, that's impossible. That doesn't bite. Often. Then, huh? You will normally never get to play with an elephant up close. Isn't it wonderful? No, it is not. It's wonderful, right? It was simply marvelous, lady. Mr. Shields. Really? Oh, that makes me so happy. So how about a hug? Thanks. Hey, watch where you swing that thing. Why aren't you told not to hit people with your trunk? Looks like Stick is friends with everyone. I am an assistant of this defense attorney. My name is Miles Edgeworth. Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Regina Barry. Nice to meet ya. I'm the great thief and defense attorney's assistant, Kay Faraday. That's a rather complicated job title. And the one playing with Mr. Elephant is the defense attorney, Mr. Ray Shields. Not Mr. Elephant, it's a Stick, the fantastic Asian elephant. You're incredible, Regina. You made a Stick stop right away. Well, I am a wild animal tamer after all. Really? Then you must be Simon's supervisor. We're in a prison. No one but people related to the circus, the prison, and the guards are here. She's not wearing a prison uniform. She's not wearing a guard uniform. Also, she's wearing a very, very fabulous magenta and yellow outfit with an almost princess like couture hair. And you're just... I didn't know you were affiliated with the circus. Look at her! Yep, I'm the head of the very big circus wild animal tamer division. The one only Regina Barry. A pleasure to meet you. I'm Ace Attorney Ray Shields. It looks like he's the one she has a handle on. Yes, he's perfect. What are you mumbling about, Kay? Look at her, she's energetic, fun-loving, and healthy. You could be the new member of the Yaragarasu. You'd be the perfect as a great thief. A great thief? That sounds like fun. We could make a huge ruckus with the animals. Oh, you can't make a ruckus. The great thief is supposed to be quiet and sneaky-like. But the show needs to have a flash. And quiet is kind of boring. I guess he's not very thief-like after all. It seems there has been a breakdown in negotiations. Alright, let's get started, Mr. Edgeworth. Let's check out anything that looks suspicious. We'll even look through the barbed wire if we have to. Yes, we need to gather more information about the case. We should also try talking with anyone connected to the case. Rabbit. Rabbit. What are you doing? Don't you know? If you croak like a frog at a pond, they will come to watch you. The only thing that are coming to watch you are the water striders. Water striders are so cool. They're like ninjas. They glide gracefully on top of the water. I wish I could do that. What about frogs? Head of the Wild Animal Tamer Division. Are you Mr. Key's supervisor? That's right. Very Big Circus was created by my daddy. But daddy died in a murder incident. Your dad is... But after that, our current ringmaster made the circus even bigger. The ringmaster is a daddy's closest friend. He's like a funny uncle. Wow, a funny uncle? That's great, Regina. Yep, Uncle Mo established the Wild Animal Tamer, Magic and Ventriloquist divisions. Only the Wild Animal Tamer and Ventriloquist division have subordinates though. Very Big Circus is going to become even more fabulous. I actually really like the idea of Ben getting his own division with the subordinates. That's kind of cool. Yes, that sounds amazing. The way these two are carrying on, I'd hate to put a damper on things. Could you tell us about the Animal Circus? It's an amazing show. It has a storyline and everything. What's more, it's a love story. Doesn't that sound wonderful? Very nice. Are you the heroine, Regina Pie? Nope. The heroine of the show is Stick. And her partner is Regent the Tiger. It's about the forbidden love between an elephant and a tiger. Elephant and tiger? Forbidden love? That's right. It's what they call a love triangle. Isn't it romantic? Sounds amazing, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Heroine is a female elephant. Since it's a love triangle, Shouldn't there be one more animal involved? Yep, the third animal. He's the one who interferes with the love between Estique and Regent. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you think it is? Well, since it's a circus, perhaps a lion. I think a crow would be nice. The third animal is a naughty little monkey. Bill suddenly got smaller. Oh, Money the monkey? Nope. It's the one who plays the role of the monkey as Simon. Money is a little too small. He's like the villain who tries to break up the love between and Regent. How will Estique and Regent control their own destiny? Isn't it wonderful? I guess? I thought Mr. Keys just did all the grunt work. Wouldn't you feel sorry for Simon if he didn't get to perform on stage? Could you tell me more about the preparations for the show? Simon handled everything, though I don't know much about it. Simon insisted on it. He wanted me to focus on the show. I saw Simon doing something near the well, though. The well? If I recall, it was behind the stage. I'd better go take a look at it later. He even moved the giant cage all by himself. Simon's such a nice guy. That sounds like something Simon would do. While crying profusely. During the preparations, Simon went back and forth between the workroom and the cot. We were using the workroom to store our equipment. Only Simon entered that room, so I don't know anything about it. The workroom. Was it the one where we found the dead body? Simon was the only one who entered. Hey. Man, the bad news just keeps on coming. Mr. Lyer, please promise me you'll help Simon. Don't worry, despite his looks, Mr. Edgeworth is really amazing. Despite my looks. And just what is wrong with the way I look? It's a weird crate. It kind of smells like animals. They probably use this instead of hand trolley at the circus. Just once I'd like to ride one of these bad boys down a hill. Oh, or maybe one of those office chairs with wheels. Doesn't that sound like fun? What is she days where they put on animal show? If I put on a great fish show, I wonder if anyone would come. I'm pretty sure the police would show up. The door's locked. Want me to pick the lock? Success is not guaranteed though. No, if I need be, I'll just borrow a key. Jeez, I thought it was finally a chance for me to steal the spotlight. Don't even think about stealing anything in my presence. Not even the spotlight. Ah, Mr. Attorney, how are we doing today? We're doing... Hey, we just met a few moments ago. Please do forgive me. Ever since I've come here, I've been working on refining my speech. That's not the only thing you need refining. Right now, I'm helping out with the cleanup after the show. Oh, but if there's anything you need, please let me know. You'll have my full cooperation. I'm in the middle of volunteer work right now. As you can see, I am a model prisoner. I have been reborn inside this... Reborn as a thief. That was... The devil made me do it. How can you blame the devil? You're a disgrace to thieves. I have nothing to say. I still have so much to learn. As a thief. But as you can see, I've exchanged my bracelet for a working one. I will continue to devote myself to being a model prisoner. Again with the model prisoner. Arrest already. I love the fact that he keeps harping on about the model prisoner thing, knowing how he was in the Turk case of the original game. You know, like, I'm but a model citizen. I am okay. I am not evil. I did not murder anyone because model citizen. It's very much the same gig he's running. I'm training to pay my debt to society once I become eligible. You were training instead of watching the animal show. There were only 2 people who did not watch the show. Logan. Why didn't you say anything? Well, if you asked any inmate at this, will think twice before. That person is like the ruler of this place. Around here, we call him the supplier. If you ask him nicely, he can provide you with anything you want. What? Is that allowed? Normally it's not allowed, but with him it's another story. He supposedly has a secret route to procure these goods. As a supplier, Dogen would be in a position of power. Well, I put all of that behind me. All I care about now is applying mud packs to the animals. Mud packs. I coat the animal's fur with a mineral-rich mud packs to give it a beautiful shine. To help with my training, I give them all the animals in prison, each and every one of them. Mud, huh? Related to that piece of evidence. I should present it to him. Oh, that's the rubber glove I dropped. Where did the mud on this glove come from? Oh, that's the mud from my mud packs. At the time I was practicing applying the mud packs. Could you tell me when this took place on the day of the incident? As the animal show had started, bodies pitched. The mud packs turned the animal's bodies pitch black. My heart was pure white. I was totally engrossed with covering the animals in mud. Prison life must be taxing on his stress levels. Thanks to the warden's policies, I can undergo job training here. I owe her a debt of gratitude. Good use for an audience. So, holding up these chairs must have been a chore. That's so. Don't tell me you never tidied up folding chairs before. I've delegated the task to others in the past. Mr. Edgeworth, try doing some manual labor once in a while. I'll look into it. This crude-looking well seems handcrafted. Was built by the inmates. There are a bunch of tools lying around the well. A long piece of rope and a heavy-looking weight. It weighs 33 pounds. It says so right there. There's even a couple of pulleys. Hey, please stop touching other people's things. Thingy pants, I'm just checking stuff out. It's not like I'm going to take them home with me. Well, these two. What were they used for? Same conversation. What's the matter? This is nice. It feels like a dream. A circus performance can be considered my pounding heart, beating with excitement. Not every day you get to see what goes on in the circus. Exactly, it makes me want to give it a big hug. Hug. Circus. Having an animal show inside a place surrounded by barbed wire. It almost makes you forget this is a barbed wire. I need to inspect every last inch of this prison. We didn't see the animal show, but the stage and equipment are still here. I'm in the remnants of the show. I should be careful. Also, no audio? This audio. As far as I can tell. I'll give you here. Kinda. Properties. I mean, I can hear stuff here, but that does mean that. I'm sorry for a moment here, but Do I even have music on the game? I feel like I should have, but also I kind of doesn't sound like it. Hmm. Definitely hear the music, and where I'm getting the music is the same place. The place that programs get music from, but I'm not seeing any what is called activity. Yeah, I think the music is not going through for whatever reason. Um, Really weird. Uh, why haven't I first discovered this now? It's been like 2 hours, and I really don't think there's any. Uh, that's fine. Okay, I found it. Oh, that took forever to figure out. Okay, there's has not been music or sound on the game at all because I made a huge mistake in my technical. I thought I had audio when I had audio myself, but the stream did not have audio. Now it has. I'm sorry for the lack of music for the past couple of hours. These things happens again. I'm very sorry. But let's continue. Because that's all we can do. I should examine the remnants of this show. It could be useful to our investigation. Please don't ignore me like that. Uncle Ray's feeling faint. I've never seen such dreamy eyes. It does seem to have an enchanting presence. Exactly, I feel like I must obey her. I wonder if she cracks a whip when she's taming her animals. Those sparkling eyes just stay down, boy. Well, that's what you're after. I have someone in mind. Oh, you know someone like that? You must introduce me, Miles. He's the whip-carrying demon from the prosecutor's bench. Still the same dialogue. That. I hope it wasn't too annoying to experience the lack of audio for the game. Again, I'm very sorry about that. At least there's a lot of dialogue, so I've been talking a lot at least. And there hasn't been any big cutscenes, if I remember correctly. So don't tell me you never tied up delegated the tasks to others in the past. Mr. Edgeworth, you should try doing some manual labor once in a while. I'll look into it. What is left to talk? Game again? Yeah. Not allowed to search it, yes? And why I'm not about to do that yet? Danger! High voltage! Signs really do exist. On the other side, you can see what appears to be a detention center's garden. It's just as Warden Roland said. You can see the garden from her office. If it weren't for this barbed wire, we could take a look at the garden on the other side. That is Warden Roland's prized garden. I doubt she'll let us in so easily. Oh my. Darling? Oh, Miss Roland. I was looking all over for you. We'll chat with you. You tell me a little about the prison. Apparently this place is my pride and joy, which I like to call our home. When I first came here, this prison was in a terrible state. Terrible state? You mean the prisoner's attitude? There are no bad children in my family. It was the environment that was terrible. That's why after giving it a lot of thought, I enlisted the help of the animals. Together with animals, we'll soften up the most hardened criminals. Right. Everyone has returned to their most honest selves. Let's take a look at Frankie here. He's a model's prisoner. A model prisoner who was trying to steal from a dead body. That's a model prisoner. Here, but Frankie is number one. He's proactive with his job training and helps out with the chores. Don't the other model prisoners do job training and chores? Don't be silly, they all do, of course. It's just that Frank here has his sights set on something different. Feels strange. In any case, he's a very good boy. Please get along with one another. The enchanting music, the prancing animals, the very big circus is fabulous. If you come here, you can see it once a month. Really? Then maybe I should. Was she just thinking about committing a crime? Once a month, you said. Is it always the very big circus? Of course, I'm Regina Darling's biggest fan. My darling Regina, she's just so fabulous. She's such a cutie pie. I could just eat her up. Really likes her darling Regina. That's why I'm worried about poor little Simon. If he is found guilty, Regina Darling will be heartbroken. Mr. Lawyer, please take care of little Simon. If there's anything I can help with, please don't hesitate to ask. But really, I would have loved to show everyone yesterday. You did a wonderful job on the stage, Regina Darling. Oh, I'm so happy to hear that. I'm glad all the prisoners came to see it. Well, about that, just between you and me, not everyone came to see the show. That would be Dogen and Solid. There were 3 people who didn't see the show yesterday. Unbelievable, really. Excuse me, but did you say there were 3 prisoners who did not see the show? Well, that's right. I took count and there were 3 empty seats. And we even had the correct number of seats set out. Doesn't that seem weird to you, Mr. Edgeworth? It does. We had thought that Dogen and Solid were the only 2 prisoners who were not present in the courtyard during the show. But that doesn't add up. Where did the third person go? Further investigation is needed. Oh, I was having so much fun talking to you, darling, that I completely forgot. It's time to feed my baby. My... Oh. It's an alligator. Oh, Allie, you look as cute as ever. Oh, how cute. So her name is Allie? Yeah, she's Allie, the alligator. My favorite out of all my family. Oh, lovely. I want to try petting it. If Regina darling wants to go right ahead, and I'll allow it. They seem pretty excited. We need to go check the prison cells, don't we? And that's right. Let's look for the third prisoner who didn't see the animal show. March 28th, 4:02 p.m. Prison hallway. Mr. Edgeworth, sir. I finally found you, sir. Detective Gumshoe, I take it the investigation is running smoothly. Judge and the prosecutor haven't shown up yet. Oh yeah, I also got your message, sir. And what was the result of the examination of the victim's cell? We hit the jackpot, sir. Traces of blood were found on the cell floor. There wasn't a whole lot there, though. This should prove that the murder occurred in the holding cell. Indeed, the probability has increased. However, we still cannot say for certain. I thought you'd say that, sir, so I asked the lab guys to look into it further. They're running an analysis on the blood, so we'll know soon if it's the victims or not. Way to go, Gummy! Good thinking! Detective, you outdone yourself. What caused this sudden foresight? I'm actually a little hurt that you're surprised by it, sir. I hope nothing bad comes of this. Once we get the results, we can prove that the thieves... Finding out how that doggy managed to sneak his way in there. Just leave that to me, pal. Since that other prosecutor isn't here, we can investigate as much as we want. That's why I brought my secret weapon with me. Secret weapons? Right, pal. They've gotten us out of a few jams before. Take a gander at Dick Gumshoe's 7 secret weapons. Like he's come in handy. Want to take up his offer, Mars? Detective, please allow us to use of your secret weapons. Sure thing, sir. First, I'll give you a rundown. Secret weapon number 1, the trusty metal detector. Where we find all kinds of metallic objects, as its name implies. Next, secret weapon number 2, everyone's favorite pal, missile. You can track any scent you want, especially the scent of food. Much cuter than Mr. Dogen's dog. And then secret weapon number 3, this. Pool. What are you trying to catch? Actually, I just brought it by accident. Never mind that. What's next, detective? That's all of them, sir. What? You called them the 7 secret weapons? There's only 3 of them. All I have for now, pal. We can use the rest next time. I can't just reveal them all at once. Why do you think they're called secret weapons, pal? Doesn't matter. We'll just use the 3 that he's provided. Right, which one do you want to use? Missile, sir? Hey, pal, over here, missile. Ah, there he is. First, let's decide what scent he should track down. We're searching for the route Dogen's dog used. This route would also have been the same path used to carry the body to the prison. So if we have to track the scent of the body, that should lead us to the path. Smell something sweet? Really? All I can smell is the scent of blood. Very faint scent. Cake or something. Scent of cake from the body. Alright, Miss Al. Get a good whiff of that scent, pal. Come on, let's follow after him. that where he is? Heading towards the cell. And he's gone straight inside. Yes, let's follow him. March 28, 4:42 p.m. Special cell. This is Dogan's cell, but it looks like he's absent. Maybe he's being interrogated. What's in here? Shh. I think he's found something. What could there be in this room? Mr. Edgeworth, we better take a look. Look at this, Mr. Edgeworth. There's a small chisel here. I'm not well versed in woodworking, but this seems to be a pocket-sized chisel. A pocket-sized chisel. It must be convenient to have one wherever you go. Is that from a thief's point of view? No, it's from the great thief's point of view. You didn't even skip a beat. It's Dogan's chessboard. It still has that hound piece. Oh, the chessboard has legs. Aren't these things expensive? They can be. Very good craftsman. Mr. Dogan playing chess is kinda unexpected, you know? I figured he'd be more of a Go player or something like that. Go? Do you play Go, Kay? I'm really good at Go Bang. But that's not Go. A teacup and biscuits. I suppose he has his time in here too. Playing chess while drinking tea in his cell. Isn't this going to be a bit overboard with the special treatment? Like he gets whatever he wants. Don't complain to me. You should tell him yourself. I think I'll pass on that. It's a Dogan uses. More than enough for him to murder someone with. Speaking of chisels, it kinda looks like someone used a chisel on your forehead, Mr. Edgeworth. And what is that supposed to mean? See? That furrow between your brow is getting deeper. It looks just like a carving. I would have the subject I would leave the subject alone if I were you. Missile, maybe. This is what you're barking at. Oh, hey. Knock it off, pal. Chocolate cake is bad for dogs. This is how it's gonna be. I'll eat it all myself. Wow, that was pretty good. Good for you. But it looks like someone else has a problem with that. That wasn't fair, Gummy. I wanted to eat it too. I doubt it's wise to eat food you find lying around the prison. Anyway, I guess Mrs. was barking at the cake, sir. That was pointless. That police dog going to get the job done. He's fine, pal. He was just following his stomach instead of his nose. Let's track down the scent of the body for real this time, Miss Al. Oh, looks like he found something else, sir. Now it's the cell. This would be Mr. Albert's cell. I'd like to examine the interior, Detective. Call a guard. Roger that, sir. Good work, Detective. By the way, is J. Albert still being held in this disciplinary room? No, he should already returned. He was present during the noon roll call. He may have been assigned to work someplace else. I see. Well then, may we examine the cell? Yes, sir. Ah, there's a poster of Mr. Albert on the wall. And what's this next to it? Is this his weight loss target? He was a former boxer. He probably continued with his weight management. It seems he also takes various protein supplements. Muscle protein, hustle protein, weight loss protein, nothing but protein. Which weight classes was he aiming for? Oh, there's a poster of Albert on the... Seen this? Stand back. Oh, you want a box too, Marcel? Look at him go. They can't. Detective, move the sand back at once. Yes, sir. Oh, this is... Hey, missile, come back here. I'm going to. Hold it. I'll stop them, sir. It's too tight for me, sir. Detective. Can't be helped. I'll have to wait for her to contact me. Hello, Kay, are you alright? Don't get so worked up. Right now I'm in the detention center. The detention center? That hole comes out at Nightly cell. Really? Stay where you are. I'm coming over now. March 28, 5:04 p.m. Detention center, holding cell. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. I really held out, didn't I? Indeed. She doesn't appear to be injured. Floorboards have been ripped out from under the bed, sir. I see. And we didn't notice this the first time we were here because we're fucking idiots. It seems we found what we were looking for. The passageway between the detention center and the prison is blocked by solid doors. However, there was a secret underground tunnel beneath it. We were following then and arrived here. That means the scent must have come from Knightley's body. Now to figure it out. His body was covered in dirt. It may have been caused by passing through the tunnel. Hey, what was the inside of the tunnel like? It was pitch black, so I really couldn't see much, but I took some photos. Please show us. This is Bones Fox. Were these used to dig the tunnel? More important. What are these footprints? They belong to a dog. This will surely be vital evidence. However, before we consider that, we have a big problem. Problem? J. Albert could use this tunnel to move around freely. Detective, confirm his whereabouts post-haste. Perhaps he's... Maybe right, sir. This is a big deal. After speaking with the guards, the search for J. Albert was carried out immediately. They searched every nook and cranny of the detention center and the prison, but in the end, they found no sign of him. At 28, 5:34 p.m. Detention center hallway. You contact the police? Yes, ma'am. We already done that. We set up security perimeter around the prison, ma'am. Right. This is firm scandal. The first scandal in our prison's history. We're so sorry. Completely different from before. Mr. Edgeworth, was it? Thank you for finding the escape tunnel. But it's a little too late. Mr. Albert has long since left here. I don't believe he has gone beyond the detention center. There are security gates located at the exit of the detention center. I believe it would have been difficult to get through those free. Maybe he had another tunnel. Certainly can't deny the possibility. However, anyway, there's no use in you being here now. Please return to your investigation. Yes, we'll do that. You guys, get back to your posts, too. Yes, ma'am. Detective Gumshoe, sir. Good work, pal. These are the forensic results on the blood stain found in Knight's cell. So what does it say, Mr. Edgeworth? The blood is confirmed to have been Knightley's. Hey, now that's good news. We found the bloodstain in the Knight's cell and discovered the tunnel the dog used. Furthermore, the security camera shows footage of a dog attacking Knightley in the cell. We have all the evidence we need. It's time we ask Dogen a few questions. Dogen, did you say? Please use utmost caution. That man even has henchmen outside of the prison. Outside of the prison. Related to his secret trade routes that's fire. These have been searching for Dogen's henchmen for ages. I've also been helping them, but well, that means back then. He still won't talk. And after all the trouble, went through evidence transfer from the prison. That's right. I don't know how many times I tried. I can't report back until... That is sure is one tough cookie, huh? your evidence transferred from the prison. Yes, we worried all the evidence concerning Dogen. I've been interrogating him personally in my office. But, no matter how much evidence we have on him, we can't get a single word out of him. Interrogates him himself. Why go that far? Lose your focus, he'll eat you alive. Be on your guard. Whoa, you made Uncle Ray a little nervous. Judge Courtney, what are you doing here? Questioning a prisoner. Did you forget that we're investigating as well? Or rather, have you forgotten my warning? If you value your badge, you should not have appeared before me again. I'm sorry if you thought that I would abide by those words. I won't overlook something important just to heed your warning. I've come for a testimony about the truth of this case, which you have overlooked. You mean to say you require my humble services? As I promised, I returned to prove that you are the culprit. Good. Before that, you should first listen to our reasoning. We can say with confidence that Simon Keyes is the culprit. Only Simon Keyes could have moved Mr. Knightley into the prison. And we can show proof of this fact. But first, I'd like to hear your result, Prosecutor Edgeworth. If our reasoning is correct, will you submit it to us, your prosecutor's badge? You'll deprive him of his badge? That a threat, pal? No, it's not a threat, rather an act of compassion. Normally, I wouldn't even have taken notice of you, since you have no right to investigate. However, if you are unable to show proper resolve, I would be willing to let you be my opponent. Are you willing to risk it? Your prosecutor's badge. Mr. Edgeworth! Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Very well. I trust my own reasoning. But moreover, at the moment, I'm currently a defense attorney's assistant first and a prosecutor second. I will not sully the good name of Edgeworth law officers. I intend to see my job through. I won't yield to your threats. So be it. Is this bravery or simply foolishness? On the goddess of the law's behalf, I shall be the judge of that. Sebastian, allow me to... Yeah, I got it. I'm counting on you, Justine. Movements to the... I presume you know of the incident Mr. Knightley caused the day before yesterday. He attacked a guard and stole his key. Afterwards, Simon Keyes stopped by his cell with an animal cage from the show. During this time, Mr. Knightley was able to use the stolen key to exit his cell. He then hid in the cage while it was moved to the prison workroom. Mr. Keyes went to his cell after all. After hearing you talk about the security camera yesterday, we investigated it ourselves. Why don't we have a look? I have here a printout of the security camera footage. Moment when Mr. Keyes visited Knightley. Exactly. As you can see, the cage creates a huge blind spot in the cell. By using this blind spot, Knightley could have entered the cage. That is our reasoning. A blind spot. That means the camera doesn't actually show him entering the cage. At this time, there is still a possibility that Knightley never left the cell. But why would he hide inside an animal cage? Mr. Knightley was planning to escape. Listen. That is the only possibility. A prison escape? That's so cool! First Mr. Albert, now Mr. Knightley? I won't let them show me up. Hey, this isn't the time to get excited. J. Albert's escape is no laughing matter. Simon Keyes was aiding Mr. Knightley in his escape. In other words, he was an accomplice. Not bad, Simon. Don't praise him. That case was transported temporarily to the workroom. Originally, Mr. Knightley was to remain hidden until the end of the animal show. He would have then carried out along with the cage. I presume that was the plan. However, midway through the plan, he was betrayed by the Simon Keys and murdered. Judge Cotney's reasoning does appear to make sense. However, there must be a hole somewhere. I must not overlook anything. I presume you know the incident Mr. Knightley caused the day before yesterday? George Courtney, about this incident. You do not know of it. That would be unbecoming of you. Ace Attorney Miles Edgeworth? Naturally, I know of it. However, you said... This is a waste of time. I shall continue, Mr. Knightley. He attacked the guard and stole his keys. You have proof Knightley stole the keys. It is the only explanation as to why Knightley would have it hard. We will know for certain about the moment the guard regains consciousness. Is that really true? Should I ask George for more information? There is one point in your reasoning that is odd. If Knightley did indeed steal the key, I'd expect he'd try to escape immediately. Was it really necessary for him to wait for Key to help him escape? He chose the method with the highest probability of success. Or stealing the key, concealed it on his person as he waited for the opportune moment. That is what I believe. Concealed the key. George Courtney, such an oversight is unlike you. Knightley could not have concealed, and I can prove it. Not hide it. Proof is... Take that! George Courtney. I have a problem with your statement just now. Haven't the guards informed you yet? They searched Knightley's after he attacked the guard, and the key was nowhere to be found. Since the key's location is unknown, your logic doesn't hold. That is not an issue. There is an explanation. If Knightley had the key, it simply wasn't found. The reason being he concealed it inside the chessboard. Chessboard? You mean the one that concealed the murder weapon? Come on now. How do we know whether or not the murder weapon was really there? What? Take some responsibility for your own words. It was all Sebastian's idea, after all. Those two don't always be under reasoning. In other words, once we put all the pieces together, Miss Knightley concealed the key he stole from the guard inside the chessboard. When Simon Keys arrived, Mr. Knightley used the key to slip out of his cell. He entered the animal cage and was transported to the workroom, all thanks to his accomplice, Simon Keys. Mr. Knightley had planned to carry outside after the show had ended. However, he was betrayed by his accomplice and murdered during the circus performance. Mr. Keys performed in the show. He would have had no opportunity to murder him during his circus performance. No opportunity? Is that so? A story plays itself out on the stage, and such was the case with the animals show. So she examined the content of the show. The suspect plays the role of the villain, who antagonizes the elephant heroine. In the final act, the villain is defeated by the heroine's love and all ends well. At that point, the suspect in the role of the villain is blown away by the heroine's burning love and makes his exit by the elephant. Was he hurt? After being blown away, the suspect disappeared from the stage. The suspect was absent from the stage for about 15 minutes. Are you saying the crime was committed during that time? Even in such a short period of time, it would still be possible to carry out the murder. Don't you think so? So he committed the crime in 15 minutes and then returned to the stage. That may have been possible if the crime scene had been... Listen. Judge Courtney, the actual crime scene took place in the detention center. I'm afraid I cannot accept that camera footage alone as evidence. As for evidence, I have it. Well then, please show us your evidence. Where is the evidence that the show of the scene of the crimes was the detention? That shows the scene of the crime was the detention center. Law? Oh goodness, goddess of the law, I'm unable to comprehend your mysterious ways. This is what we discovered. The area here was tested positive for Mr. Knight's blood. This blood test? Can it really be trusted? To begin with, how were you able to conduct a scientific investigation? I happen to have a subordinate. I can't vouch for his competence, but he is a man that I trust. This concerns me. I cannot think why one would disturb the order of the law. The prosecutorial investigating committee influence goes as far as the police department. Tommy is in trouble. Forgive me, detective. I'm afraid something bad may come of this. I will accept the fact that the plot was found in the detention center as evidence. However... How ridiculous! This is unthinkable of you. You're a third-rate prosecutor. Mr. The Best, you're here. I completely forgotten about him. There's a giant contradiction in your statement. According to the security tape, a dog killed Knightley in his cell. Then after he left the cell, the blood on the floor was wiped away. Oh! Did the dog wipe it away, the blood stains? As if that could happen. Possible. Of my lupus. Right, boy? What? That was one of the tricks I taught him while in the world. He makes sure to hide any bloodstains he makes, so as not to leave behind any evidence. Told your dog to shake or something? Lupus also performs very well, but the shake I taught him is a little different from others. But first he bites the victim's hand. Stop! 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 I don't want to hear any more of this! I see. I understand. Prosecutor Edgeworth? It appears you've gathered a good hand. I'm glad you understand. My argument isn't over yet. Objection overruled. Hey now, that's a little harsh. Sebastian, would you allow me to do the privilege of explaining? Sure, Justine. You finally realize the murder occurred in the detention center, therefore that assassin's pet dog. My opinion has not changed. Unless I can understand how the dog was able to enter and leave the crime scene, I'm afraid I cannot accept your logic, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I've been waiting for you to say that. Now let me show you. This evidence shows the route the dog used to go between the detention center and the prison. This photo. It shows a secret hidden prison. That's impossible! A secret tunnel? This tunnel was dug by the escaped prisoner J. Elbert. It begins with the prison cell, and it connected to a holding cell in the detention center, namely the victim's cell. I'm shocked. How did this? Dogen, you must have known of this, since you used this tunnel to commit murder. In the name of the goddess of the law, I hereby reject Prosecutor Edgeworth's claim. On what grounds? What do you mean? Evidence is everything. What remains true here is in the courtroom. Isn't that right? I have evidence here. Horace Knightley's autopsy report. Autopsy report? Since when? Why are you surprised? This was delivered straight from the police a short while ago. It's not complete yet, more of a preliminary report. Here, the very word of the goddess of the law is written. Cause of death, stab wound to the neck, died instantly. Murder weapon, sharp metal object. The victim was stabbed multiple times in the same spot with a sharp object. Although they were unable to determine the actual shape of the murder weapon, they have proof that it was a sharp metal object. And also, great, another, what's it called? Kind of annoying having to fix all what else? Do you still stand by your claim that a dog used a sharp object to kill the victim? This can't be! That is all. The court is adjourned. But wait, the tunnel contains the dog's footprints. Perhaps it may have been one of Anubis' courses. I can never tell when Anubis gets up to outside my cell. Something feels unnatural about all this, but I have no evidence. Rodney Pie, you sure pulled out a hidden gem at the very last moment. You waited for the perfect time to reveal the autopsy report. Have I let her out with me? Appointed Attorney Shields. Here is the autopsy report from earlier. I apologize for the delay. No. Right. Thank you. I gladly accept it. Mr. Shields, I don't believe it's necessary to hold hands while exchanging documents. I'd advise you to stop. Resist any longer, and I shall call upon the strength of the goddess of the law. I'll be careful. Justine, well done. Just as I planned. I only acted on your instructions. Autopsy report came straight from the police. I can't refute it. However, if the murder weapon wasn't the dog, Dogen will be cleared of suspicion. The merciful goddess of the law so decrees. If you choose to yield now, your badge will not be taken. What will you do, sir? There's that, but my answer remains the same. Judge Courtney, it is as I said before. I will see my job through. I will not yield to threats. So even now, you still refuse to give up. If you want to keep your badge, this may be your last chance. Right now, I am a defense attorney's assistant. What I protect is not my badge, but my client. The goddess of the law grows wary of your sentiment. Now we're talking. Mars is starting to understand. That defense attorney never gives up. Actually, those were the words of your old man. My father. It really is in your blood. You're the spitting image of him right now. Said it yourself. And since you were tainted by one cup. Only now, I actually come to believe. Mr. Shield. Mars. Think beyond your limit. Murder weapon was. That really negative. That's it. There were 5 chisels placed inside the special cell. Logan is a former assassin. It's quite possible he could kill someone with just a chisel. In that case, the weapon that killed Horace Knightley was... At all, well then I suppose you'll be giving up. Evidence is everything. Didn't you say? The murder weapon was a sharp metal object. However, such a weapon has yet to be found. What? So what are you trying to say? The only decisive evidence. The actual murder weapon itself. And that it was in plain sight this whole time. The real murder weapon is... Dogen's chisel. What did you say? Take responsibility for your own statements. The scene of the crime was Mr. Knightley's cell. You said so yourself. The evidence changes, then so will my logic. And that too is courtroom procedure, is it not? If the chisel was used, that means the killer was human. However, the fact remains that we cannot deny this security photo. Yeah, well, what about that photo? I'll give you the answer. This photo shows the moment. Logan's dog leapt at night. However, the victim did not die at the time. Didn't die. He was only knocked unconscious. The dog didn't move a dead body, it moved the unconscious Knightley. And the real killer was its owner. If the victim was moved, it would have been possible for Dogan to commit the murder. And use the murder weapon. Indeed, the killer is Sir Han Dogan. Can only be you. I bet your teacher used to write on your report card. He needs to pay more attention on what others say. I would think that describes you more. We examined that room. Every crook and granny. Right, Justine? We examined all 4 of Dogan's chisels. And found no traces of blood. Thank you, Judge Courtney. Thanks to you, I am now certain. Thanks to me, whatever do you mean? When I came here earlier, I saw 5 chisels. That's right, there were definitely 5 there before. Though the one that disappeared was the smallest one, presumably for portable use. Dogan, where is the chisel? I am not free. I have no. Not free to leave. In that case, he must have been free to hide the deadly chisel either. Dogan, you just dug your own grave. It seems you know something. Care to show it? Dogan couldn't leave though the place he hid the chisel is. Dogan is a prisoner, so he can't leave his cell freely. Perhaps he could have sent his dog out to dispose of it. But he would not have been able to confirm the weapon's location. So, what does that mean? Above all else, special metal tools are allowed in the cell. Even if one chisel were to appear, no one would suspect a thing. You'd be a fool not to take advantage of that. I see, so of course it's always safest if you do something yourself. But I examined everything! I didn't find the hiding places in the cell! I am certain that the murder weapon is here. The reason you haven't found it is because it was cleverly hidden. You say I hid it. Where exactly? Think, where could he have hidden it? I have to remember everything up to this point. There must have been some clue. What does that mean? I think it means... Let's get going, Miss Edgeworth. Think of it. That dog hasn't been once. When I came to Special Cell, it barked on Dogan's command. That's it. That's what's been out of place. There's just one place he could have hidden the murder weapon. Hold it! I will present evidence. Piece of evidence shows where you concealed the murder weapon. Take that! Hasn't your dog been awfully quiet today? Now that you mention it, it hasn't barked at all. Before it was... So Han Dogan, open that dog's mouth now! Nobis doesn't bark needlessly. I ordered him to do that before. In that case, order it to bark now. Naturally, you should be able to, if you have nothing to hide. Was never. Nobis, show them your... As you can see, a dog of the size can easily conceal a small chisel in. What? Why a chisel? The dog really had one in his mouth? I thought he was unusually quiet. Was he unable to follow the discussion? Sebastian, could you call the forensics department? Urgently, please. I got it. In reaction, this chisel just positive blood. What? I guess that proves my theory wasn't just nonsense. Would this chisel be the murder weapon then? It reacted positively for blood. There is no doubt about it. Mr. Sir Handoken, now that the murder weapon has been found, I must ask you for your testimony. We know how your dog got to the detention center and we found the murder weapon. Do you still think you can talk your way out of this? This guy, even at the time like this, he's still smiling. Well, and this, it seems everyone has become suspicious of you. It is quite troubling, but since it has come to this, we have no choice but to tell the truth. I did not kill anyone. Things grow very afraid. What's this? His face completely composed. Trying to do another attempt to storm silver rainbow with a random number references. I decided to unpicking two. You're an ace. Sounds like you are having a lot of fun with that game. Is it one of those Kaizo ROM hacks of Pokemon? Well, not literally Kaizo because that's more of a Mario thing, but I think you know what I mean, right? It seems we'll need to listen to Mr. Kogan's explanation. Please promptly give your testimony. Certainly. First of all, I would like you to explain my motive. I do not know anyone by the name of Knightley. We share no connection. I wouldn't think some motive for murder would just appear out of nowhere. Or are you insinuating Anubis had a motive? He only bears a man. I do not hunger. How much is to... Oh, coming from an assassin sure is persuasive. An assassin who only kills acquaintances. I doubt that would be profitable. I may kill strangers in my lineup, but I never make it personal. There are evidence that shows a connection between Knightley and Dogen. I should thoroughly review the evidence once more. First of all, I would like you to explain my motive. I do not know anyone by name. We share no connection. Mr. Handoken. You lost your time, Mr. Handoken. If you had your dog clean up after you, you should have disposed of this too. This is a record of a correspondence chess game found in the victim's cell. This record and the chessboard in your cell both clearly depict the same game. What? I've heard that the number of possible chess positions is around 20 to the power of 102. Oh, well, 10 to the power of 120. 10 times 10, 120 times. Is that even a real number? There are absolutely no way these two could have coincided by chance. Okay, so it's like a more balanced, but still a harder ROM hack. But not quite Kaizo. Okay, interesting. There's absolutely no way that they would have coincided by chance. Tell us your reason for killing Knightley. Unless you intend to explain this as a coincidence. Well, don't they say that the street. Just as you said, this is merely a coincidence. But there's no way that could have happened. My correspondent, the victim of this incident. What a horrible crime. Aren't you shocked too, Anubis? Boy, the animals show was when everyone left. Anubis brought the body to my cell. He had already been stabbed in the neck with the murder. I did not wish to be suspected, so I had Anubis carry the body to the... After that, he pulled out the murder weapon and... But you're saying the one who pulled the weapon out of was Anubis? If I pulled out the murder... Isn't this what that Mr. Sword, the guy said he saw? Large black dog was biting into the neck of the victim. What did you say? It was truly hellish scene. The dog killed him. I see. So that means Sawyer witnessed the moment the murder weapon was pulled out. Oh yes, business. Surprised me when I first heard of it. It's not often that Anubis makes a blunder. Right, my boy? Now my action did not kill. Now we'll pull.
Objection.
Just a moment, Mr. Dogan. Mr. Shields, isn't there one thing you haven't explained? Why would you need to pull out the murder weapon in the first place? Right. I understand why he'd move the body to draw suspicion away from him, but he didn't need to retrieve the murder weapon. I fought him. How quickly and as... Care to elaborate, Mr. Dogan? It was with this bell. The bell attached to the murder weapon, and the bell on my dog's neck. Ape, wouldn't you say? The assassin's son Dogan's trade. An assassin's trademark. The blind assassin Sir Han Dogan always a bell. Bell ring dark of the night. Said to be the last thing targets hear. Remember, it has been a while since I saw my bells. When I prosecuted you in court, I confiscated a knife with the bell attached to it. Bells. Only 2 in the world. Only 2? They're custom. Knife, Anubis. Even though I can only rely on... Yes, one has been confiscated. It is not in possession. When Anubis brought the body here, I heard it. I thought my knife must have been embedded in the body. So I imagined my confusion when I found out that it was merely a chisel attached. Indeed, your knife is nothing but like this chisel. Either way, those spells are my trademark. Moreover, I'm the one in this. With all this, I knew I would be forced this. So I removed the murder weapon.
Hold it!
You're claiming that you only moved the body. You didn't. If you think I am lying, go ahead and check. Sebastian? Oh, me? But how do I check for... 6. Yes, ma'am! The reaction, we have fingerprints. They're Knightley's, Justine. What about Dogan's? Nope, just Knightley's. And there's no evidence of prints being wiped either. Only Knightley's fingerprint. And B. Should we re-examine it? See now. I never even touched that. because I ordered Anubis to put it in his mouth. In other words, the fingerprint means to... The murder weapon, owner, was the victim. At any rate, I did not touch the murder weapon. The words, the killer could not... Isn't that right? Oh, I have nothing to refute that. How could this... Is he really not the killer? Could Dogen's testimony actually be true? This can't be. It seems this is sufficient enough not to warrant any further explanation. As it stands, you have not changed the state of this case. I believe this is more than enough reason for us to relieve you of your badge. To save any needless fuss, I suggest you hand it over your badge now. This is bad, sir. They sound serious. It's regrettable, but with those prints as decisive evidence, I'll have to rethink my logic from step one. But there's still many unexplained things. Why would Mr. Knightley be carrying a chisel? Be used for many things, perhaps even prison escape. Well then, how did he carry it into the prison? I mean, the prisoners aren't even allowed cutlery. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? Mr. Edgeworth! Even if your reasoning is off at first, you shouldn't let that confuse you. The most important thing is to arrive at the truth. Isn't that right? It doesn't matter how you get there. The end result is to save Simon. We have to do everything we can for his sake. Well said, Kay. Nice one. I really want to scout you for the law firm now. Remember when Uncle Ray said a defense attorney never gives up? Mars, do you understand the true meaning behind those words? True meaning? Those words. Defense attorney can carry the fate of the client on their shoulders. You are the only person your client can rely on. Just like with Mr. Key, we're the only ones who can save him. We are linked by fate to our clients. That is why we must never give up. There's no way Uncle Ray can go against the teachings of Gregory. So, what will you do? Currently, I am defense attorney's assistant. No, an assistant at my father's firm. I have made a commitment to this case, therefore, if I don't save my client, I cannot say I've achieved it. I will abide by this, to save Simon Keyes. No matter how many times my logic fails, I will always find another possibility. Okay, you're finally back. Well then, let's search for that other possibility. To start with, do you think there was a way Mr. Knightley could have brought the chisel into the prison? The method Knightley used to bring in the prison was his chessboard. Normally, metal objects can't be brought into the detention center or the prison. They'd just be caught by the security gate. However, there is one way to avoid this. And that is if they're sent in packaged to the detention center. Only used on people. In other words, packages sent to the detention center undergo a simpler check. So they don't use a metal detector for that. This is never should have happened. It seems the guards were too careless. Knowing this, Knightley asked Simon to send him a package, namely a chessboard containing the chisel. Well, this has solved one of our problems. The fact that the chisel was not Mr. Dogen's but Mr. Knightley's. Given this, one major issue remains. The security camera shows a dog attacking the victim. As long as that exists, I will maintain that Dogen is the killer. But Dogen never touched the murder weapon. I'm stumped. We also desire a conclusion to this matter. Mr. Edgeworth, we can use one of my secret weapons, sir. Secret weapon number 4, the video analyzing machine, Mr. Analysis. What's with that ridiculous name? I named it myself, sir. This will let us analyze the video footage. Go ahead. You'll soon see I'm not lying. I don't know what will come of this, but all we gotta do is check the footage. Mr. Edgeworth, do you know how to use Mr. Analysis? A video analysis. Should I hear out this way? No, I should not, because I'm not an idiot. I see no particular need for an explanation. Yes, sir, alright, let's turn on the Mr. Analysis. Start. Use Mr. Analysis to examine any suspicious part of the video, sir. Video from the detention center camera. I believe this was the moment when Knightley was attacked by the dog. If that wasn't the case, then what does it show? First in this video, really Knightley. And what is the true form of the black silhouette? I should check the video and try to find the answer to questions. There should be the unexpected There could be unexpected things in the unexpected places. So be sure to check every nook and cranny of the video. What part of the video? Change. Reflection of this person can be seen in the mirror. Got a cap on his head. It looks kind of like the caps the prison guards wear, sir. You don't think it was a guard who was attacked? Have you received a report of any guard being attacked by an animal? No, not that I've heard of, sir. Then it was someone else wearing a guard uniform. I see. Goodness, this shows what. There was no report of a guard being attacked by an animal. However, we did hear that a guard uniform was stolen. Don't you together, I say that guys, for the purpose of prison escape. Disguised as a guard? That sounds like it could have been successful, sir. Oh, speaking of prison escape. Indeed, that person certainly was successful. If the person in this video is not knightly, then perhaps that black shadow is not a dog either. If you zoom in, you should be able to see its real shape, sir. What part of the video? I fear we have made a grave miscalculation. This animal, this silhouette, no matter how you look at it, it is not a dog. This animal is... From silhouette, I say the animal is not a dog, but a bear. But then, in that photo I took... Those footprints must have belonged to this bear, yes. Did you say a bear? Yes, that mean man is the first to come to mind. We were all under the impression that the person in this video was knightly. But it's his cell after all, why would it be anyone else? That line of logic no longer holds, remember, the tunnel under his bed. It's possible whoever used the tunnel is the one in this video. It seems it is time to answer the question. Just who is this person in this video? The person in this video is none other than J.L. Bird. The person wearing the guard's uniform is J.L. Bird. A person J.L. Bird. The probability is extremely high. His pet is a polar bear cub. But the bear here is black. Oh, we have evidence that could explain this matter. Polar bear became black is... Think back to Mr. Frank Swords' testimony. That's the rubber glove I dropped. Where did the mud on this glove come from? Oh, that's a mud from my mud packs. At the time, I was practicing applying the mud packs. Would you tell me when this took place on the day of the incident? Since the animal's show had started. I'd say it was around 9 AM. The mud packs turned the animal's bodies pitch black, and my heart was pure white. I was totally engrossed with covering the animals in mud. During the animal show, Mr. Sword was applying mud packs to the animals. But then, among those animals was this polar bear. Yes. Prosecutor Edgeworth, there is a huge contradiction in your argument. The security camera footage. Judge Courtney, you are quite right. Sword used the mud packs during the animal show. Knowing this, a new contradiction in this video comes to light. A new contradiction? Hey, do you know when this footage was taken? It was after the mud packs were used. That would be at around 9 AM. In that case, you should notice something strange about this footage. Huh? What's strange about it? Strange thing that contradicts the time this video was taken. So it covered the polar bear and the mud was around 9 AM, which means this video should also have been taken at 9 AM. However, the timestamp means 6 AM. On that day, the prisoners went to the courtyard to watch the animal show. At this time, only 3 people remained behind Dogen. Dogen in his special cell, Floyd in his workroom applying his mud, and the one who put his plan in motion at that moment, Kay Albert. Albert left the polar bear in Soward's care and entered the secret tunnel. However, the bear escaped from Soward and followed after his owner. And just as he was chasing after the escaped bear, Soward happened to dog pulling the murder weapon out of his body. If Soward's testimony is correct, this video must have been taken at around 9 AM. However, the timestamp is off by 3 hours. Why would the timestamp be off like that? Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to examine the security camera. Sorry to keep you waiting, sir. I asked all the guards and... Means the camera's power was cut off for a moment, throwing off the timestamp. What? The camera is an old model, so if it loses power, the clock stops as well. In that case, this means the camera's power was cut for 3 hours. While I wasn't at it, I've got some information for you, sir. You heard that Knightley died stealing the key, right? It seems nobody would believe the words of a criminal. But Knightley testified, knocked out too. That may not necessarily be a lie. Why, my, there you all are. Progress in your investigation. Can I be of any help? Actually, Warden Roland, there is something we must report to you. The escaped prisoner, J. Albert, is most likely still inside the prison. He has disguised himself. Here is the proof. The person visible in this security video is Albert. So perhaps he's still in this very building. Come to think of it, didn't Mr. Albert have a bracelet like the other prisoners? The bracelet would have been concealed under the uniforms. Prisoner main gate does not have a sensor to detect bracelets. All he would have to do is avoid any doors with sensors inside the prison. That's right, so if he didn't enter the cells or the workrooms, one of you guys be J. Albert. Ah, Rocky! Stop it, what are you doing? It would seem that Rocky has answered that question for us. No! Rocky, this is all your fault. The little guy loves you so much. It's enviable. Right, then seize him at once. But there's something we must hear from this prisoner. It's necessary if we are to find the truth. I'd like permission to interrogate him. Understood. What do you want out of me? Albert's escape route is linked to Knightley's cell, so it is highly likely he knows something about the crime. I'd like to ask you about the day of the body was found. No, it was you guys. You were the ones who found my secret tunnel. It took me ages to dig that. The day the body was found was the day I had planned to escape. I was in disguise. Then Rocky followed after me. But he was all covered in mud. I panicked and returned to my cell. Damn, if only you guys hadn't shown up. If only Knightley hadn't died. Just say you dug the tunnel. What did you use to dig it? Oh, that. Just hammers. Stuff like that. I brought them from the fire, but it was all for nothing. Always. On the day of the incident, it's possible that Albert met Knightley while he was alive. I'll have to listen to his testimony. I will take a short recess here, and I will be right back. So yeah. Okay, we are now back. Just had to go to the bathroom real quick. And also fetch some snacks because I'm hungry. Because you guys were the ones who found my secret tunnel. You. Shut up. What's with that hold it, punk? Just say you
What's it you? You know how long it took me to dig that? I had to beg the supplier for those tools day after day after day. I slaved away.
Then suddenly the chair decided I want to go down.
Give me back my hard work. Give it back, you son of a... I can't get a word in edgewise. I just go around discovering people's holes.
I mean, that's the job of covering people's holes. Okay, that don't ever quote me on that out of context, please. You dug that hole alone.
Damn right I did. But it's all like that really be dug by one person.
Wow, that's a wasted effort.
It's like you wouldn't understand. Never rely on others. Never let the others see. Those are the rules we live by in here.
Well, as a great thief, I kind of see where you're coming from. Also, you rely on suppliers, so there's that.
Kay, don't agree with him.
Ah, no, I was just joking.
Well, I wasn't. Damn, why did it have to come to this? The ladybody was found was the day I had planned to escape. I was in disguise.
Did you obtain the guards you hired too?
Yeah, that's right. Seems you got it by threatening a guard. I went and stole it from someone's locker. When you went through the tunnel, you were already dressed like a guard. You know, to ensure that the clothes wouldn't get stained with mud, I carried them with me. Once I got out of the hole and changed clothes, getting out the door was simple. And that's when Rocky and ran up and jumped on me. That must be the moment the security camera captured. I see, could you add that to your testimony? Once I got out of the hole and changed clothes, getting out the doors was simple. How so? Getting out the cell doors was simple, you say? Yeah, comparing to going through the tunnel was very simple. You're inhabit a prison, yet you seem to know the layout of the detention center quite well. What's so wrong about that? Should have been to the detention center too. In that case, he should have known about it from the start. In his cell, the door would have been locked. Which means there was one piece of evidence Albert needed to escape.
Objection!
It was simple. Getting through the cell doors? That's right. Got a problem with that, Even though you managed to arrive at Knightley's cell, opening the door wasn't so simple. I didn't intend to unlock the door. Hey Albert, you had the key to Knightley's cell. I ain't got nothing like that. It was already unlocked when I got there. Indeed, the cell was vacant after Knightley's death, which is why... Like, right now I regret all the chili I put in my snack here. Like, I made it myself. It's mushroom jerky. Way too much chili in it when I bite them. The cell was vacant after Knightley's death, which is why we conducted our investigation. It was unlocked. The successful escape attempt occurred after Knightley's death, so the door would have been open. But you had to escape once before then. The plan was foiled thanks to Rocky, the video shows it. Yes, that was during the animal show before Knightley's death was known. And the cell door was locked because no one knew he was dead. Without the key to Knightley's cell, your escape would have been impossible. That means it can't be. It's exactly what you think. In this case, the stolen key, the culprit is J. Elbert. You were the one who attacked the guard, weren't you? The guard, and Knightley too, in order to steal the silky. Wasn't me. I don't know any Knightley. After stealing the key, you returned to your cell as a precautionary measure. Then, you waited for a time when the prison would be mostly vacant. That was when? That was just before Knightley's death became known, in other words, during the animal show. But in the end, the plan was foiled thanks to Rocky. Don't screw with me. If you don't have evidence, I'll still win by decision. Besides, it was that Knightley guy who attacked the guard, right? I think not. Regarding the theft of the keys, Knightley was the victim. This proved Knightley was the victim who was attacked in his cell.
Take that!
In Knightley's cell, there were traces of blood which had been wiped away. I believe this is more than enough proof Knightley was attacked in his cell. You attacked those two people and stole the key, didn't you? Ah! Damn. I never thought you'd find the bloodstains I wiped away with the newspaper. Why would you go through all the trouble of wiping the bloodstains? This is a very unnatural sentence. I wiped it away with the newspaper. Just so you can get that little exposition in. On the hands of Knightley and the guard, there were obvious signs of scuffle, you know? If the bloodstains were uncovered, they'd find out there was another attacker. If anyone looked around, I bet the tunnel I dug would be discovered. You're trying to buy more time for your escape attempt. But I'm afraid to say your plan... Now then, hand over the keys to Knightley's cell. Man! Damn it! I like this guy's breakdown. It really looks like someone just gave him a... I don't know what you call it. No way. How could an amateur like you knock me out? There, I got the keys right here. Hold it. If you have the key, then that means... That's right, Judge Courtney. Knightley stole the key, used it to leave his cell. From there he entered Mr. Key and was moved to the workroom. However, the refutation of that hypothesis has just collapsed. How? In that case, there's only one person who could have moved Knightley. Criminal must have been someone who knew about the secret tunnel. Hey, are you suggesting? Hey, Albert, you're under arrest, pal. Wait, I did nothing. So I knocked out those guys. Then I stole the key. After that, I waited for the perfect time to enter that guy's cell. But the cell was empty then. There was no dead body either. Also, how could I have gotten into the workroom? Couldn't even leave my own cell, right? It's true you only had to keep Knightley's cell. Logan's dog. What? Did it be dog to cat? You say that was an... Crime could have been possible if Albert and Dogen were working together. It's perfect. Somehow, Albert managed to carry Knightley's body to his cell. Then the dog must have carried it to the workroom. Yes, because all the animals can move freely in the prison. But that's not the case for the cat too. The only one who could use that route was you, J. Albert. What was another route that you didn't know about? There couldn't have been. Tunnel is a straight path, is it not? Yeah, seems like it. I didn't have enough time to dig any more than I did. I only dug halfway up the corridor. What? You mean to say you didn't dig the entire tunnel? When I got to that cell, the tunnel was already there. There was a tunnel linking my cell to the well. Looking down the well from no, oh, they always been connected. With my what was that hole doing there in the first place? Animals dug it. Maybe they wanted to drink from the well. Doubtful. No water. All dried up. Wait a minute. For some reason, that well gave off a nice scent. I don't know what it... This scent. I believe we've come across it before. Scent from? But it was giving off a sweet, candy-like scent. We used the dog to... And that led us to discover the tunnel. Finding chance, the same scent as well. Mr. Edgeworth, I know what you're trying to say. But the scene proves the body was carried down through the tunnel. Exactly. And J.L. Elbert, you are the only one who could have used the tunnel. Mr. Elbert, I am grateful. At last the truth is right. Mr. Elbert, wouldn't it be wise to confess now? Being unaccomplished, I mean. Don't tell me even you suspect me to. Judge Cogney, it seems you and I have come to the same conclusion. Not at all. Our thoughts on this matter are still quite different. Mr. Elbert was certainly an accomplice, but an accomplice to Horace Knightley. What do you mean? Elbert did not move the body. Simply lent the victim his key. It was see Mr. Elbert strike Mr. Knightley on the head. However, the Knightley was not knocked out. Made a little negotiation. Mr. Knight's escape plan to work, he would have needed the cell. Mr. Elbert stole them from the guard. On the other hand, for Mr. Elbert to escape, he needed to get Mr. Knightley's cell. But if Mr. Knightley had seen him and yelled, the plan would have gone down the drain. And so... I didn't negotiate nothing. Oh, you still intend to deny? In other words, we're back to where we started. Mr. Elbert owned the cell door on Mr. Knightley and then... Oh, and then he was killed in the prison workroom. Aren't you listening? Everybody shows he must have been moved through the... It was moved from the... Wait until someone is finished before you speak. And he was saying that he wasn't moved through the tunnel. What? You don't? That shows that the body was moved through the tunnel. However, that doesn't mean it came from the detention center. What do you mean? That sure sounds like a contradiction to me. Isn't there one more possibility? The well in the courtyard. It's possible the body was dropped down from there. What? Oh! The well in the courtyard. Carried the cake. Not to the workroom, but to the... Built in the courtyard. and his body was dropped down the well. Body at the bottom of the well moved by Mr. Dogen's dog. Now, there's one thing. Happening in the courtyard. The animals show right, G and Simon were there. Wait, Simon? Oh! I hate how Ace Attorney characters often are like, this guy did it. I'm convinced he did it. So I'm gonna go through loops and find other excuses for how that happened. Like, her argument has not stayed consistent at all. It's like, she changes why she thinks Simon did it on a dime if the evidence contradicts her. That's because she wants to be guilty. If one method is proven wrong, you shouldn't get back to how could Simon have done it then? You usually come back to, okay, how did anyone be able to do it? Because if you think so narrowly, you did run into a situation where it's possible to miss very important clues because you're not open to other you're not open to the complicated. My words are lacking right now. My brain can't formulate, but I think you know what I mean. It kind of makes me think all the Ace Attorney antagonists are kind of idiots. I get why a prosecutor does it after someone is on the after someone gets accused, but I don't get why she does it here. Does she have like a vendetta against Simon? Dodge Courtney. Tough opponent. Flexible way of thinking enables her to adapt and come up with her own deductions. Miss Knight was not carried to the workroom, but Mr. Keys was off stage for 50 minutes. Just when he dropped Miss Knight down the well. It's simple as that. Judge Courtney, your reasoning is sound, I'll admit that. However, let's say the body was dropped down the well. It didn't have to be done during the show. It could have happened at a different time. Prosecutor. That is not possible. What? When the show started, Mr. Elbert was sent on his way back to the cell block. Mr. Elbert, at the time, did you happen to see the body in the tunnel? Nope, nothing like that. The body had been dropped before the show. Mr. Elbert would have seen it. However, as stated, he did not see a body. But it is impossible to think the body was dropped before the show. After the show, the body was discovered in the workroom. In other words, the body being dropped down the well and then moved to the workroom could only have been done during the show. And the only one who could have done it is Simon Keyes. Mr. Edgeworth, what should we do? If the body was moved through the well, that does put Mr. Keyes at a major disadvantage. However, the notion that the body was moved through the well is only a hypothesis. It doesn't mean there is evidence. I am obligated to recognize that fact. Will you allow me to investigate the courtyard once more? I give my approval, in the name of the goddess of the law. Re-investigating the courtyard. Here, this may be our final chance. What? Fire! Be another prison break, pal. We evacuate?
Everyone, please remain calm. This is just a signal for the evening meal. It's a little loud, so I can understand why you'd be surprised. It so scared me. I'm terribly sorry. And with that, everyone, please return to your posts. Hey, Albert, it's also time for you to return to your room. I got it. That's on Roland, we will be proceeding. Courtyard for. Isn't it time for you to go home as well, Mr. Edgeworth? Looks like we're out of time. Why don't you continue this another time? What, the investigation? Today's been a big day, right? With the escaped prisoner and all. So I'm afraid I can't let outsiders like you loiter around anymore. This is my decision as the warden of the... Looks like it can't be helped. The warden's word can be called the law of the prison. Prosecutor Edgeworth, this means we will have to carry out our investigation today. Until then, you may hold on to your... And with that, I leave you. Now, I think it's time for you all to leave. You all left. What it looks like, we'll have to continue the investigation tomorrow. Knightley's body was dropped down the well and was carried to the workroom for Mr. Albert's cell. Just Courtney's logic, but is it correct? And George claims that Mr. Key is transported him, but Mr. Key is really the only one with a chance to move him. Mr. Edgeworth, let's do our best tomorrow. We have to save Simon no matter what. Indeed, I agree. I must prove Mr. Key's innocence without fail. March 29, 10:12 a.m. Prison Courtyard. Depending on what we find here, the here. However, there's nothing left here. Yesterday. Isn't there one more possibility? The well in the courtyard. Well, the body was dropped down from there. In other words, the body being dropped down the well and moved to the workroom could only have been done during the show. And the only one who could have done it is Simon Key. Was the body dropped down the well or not? This could be a decisive clue that we need to reach the truth of the matter. Before continuing with the investigation, I could organize my evidence. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged. Let's see here. Hey, that's great here. The well run dry after all. They even put a lock on it. Lockpicking is one of my specialties. Wanna see? There is absolutely no need for you to show off. Oh, come on, don't be like that. Whoa! What happened? The lock is broken, judging from the looks of it. It feels like it was broken some time ago. So the lock was broken. This means anyone could have dropped the body down as well. According to Judge Courtney, reasoning, Mr. Key is murdered nightly in the courtyard. And then, during the show, he disposed of the body in the well. So, did he really use the well to move the body? Ah, I know! Let's get Missile to help us out again. He should be able to check the scent of the body. Good idea. Let me contact Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. Detective Gumshoe here. Detective, I have a favor to ask of you. We would like for you to bring Missile to the prison courtyard. Sounds like you need the help of one of my 7 secret weapons again, huh, sir? I thought Missile belonged to the police department. And also, I would like for you to contact a witness. Please contact Regina Barry of the Barry Big Circus and bring her here. Roger that, sir. I'll bring them over in a flash.
So what should we do while we wait for Gummy? How about some hide and seek? What are you talking about, Kay? There's nowhere to hide here. I don't think that is... Hey, during times like this, isn't it your turn to shine? Oh, that you want me to recreate the crime scene? How do you do that? See for yourself, the great thief's secret weapon. Little thief! Oh, what's that? Green's floating in midair. Just what are you doing, Kay? I'm entering the information needed for the simulation. Mr. Shields, this little thief is a tool that can recreate a crime scene based on the information it is given. Did I set it for how this place was when we came here yesterday? Yes, I believe they were in the middle of taking down the set. We didn't pay enough attention to the well, so it's possible we may have missed the clue. Leave it to me. I took a picture of the place too. There, and there. Data entry complete. Now to set up the projection to maximum output. Dark skies of evening when no other bird dares take wing. One alone remains all-seeing. Now witness the true power of the real modern-day Robin Hood. What just happened? I recreated the courtyard from yesterday, based on the information I entered. This was the tool the previous Yatakarasa used. It's a device to run simulations to practice stealing things. But used in this manner, we can inspect the crime scene as it was in the past. But it's still only a recreation based on what information we have. I can recreate what I don't have information for, and if my information is incorrect, the recreation could come out strange too. In this case, since Kay had the photo, there should be no problems. Now let's begin the investigation. Since it's a recreation, you can examine things just like you always do. You can even present evidence when you find a contradiction. Yes, I know. First, I should start with that well. Let's examine the area around the well. It holds the key to escape. There are some pulleys here. They don't appear to be the pulley that will lift the bucket from the well. There's nothing unusual about this area. It's a sturdy hemp rope. It looks like the rope they use for the tug of wars. I'm not going to play tug of war with you. I didn't even say anything yet. There's a metal stake attached to the end of the rope. Oh, you use these to pin down the tent when you go camping. It doesn't seem like they need this for the performance. I wonder what it was used. This is a metal weight. It weighs in the recreation. Kay, do you remember? I think it was 33 pounds. I wonder what such a heavy thing was used for. Doesn't seem to be directly related to the circus. The well was behind the stage. That means only a few people would have access to dump the body in the well during the performance. This isn't looking good for Mr. Key. These things around the well, what were they used for? They don't seem to be related to the animal show. I agree, we can ask Mr. Berry about it later. Good, wrap up everything? Yep. Go on. Stage wedded. On a great feast. Name goes yesterday. Great feast. I see. Isn't this bad? And the feast will trade mystic. Ace, right, Uncle Ray's lips. It's for the truth, right? The evidence may very well already have been destroyed. In order to recreate the crime scene, we need her help. For serious times like this, no smile will suffice. Yes, thank you very much. What's locked? Need to pick it? No, I'll borrow the key if I need to. Finally, a chance for me. Spotlight. I didn't even think about stealing in my presence, not even the spotlight. Also already had that conversation. Find us where the warden Roland keeps a pet alligator. I guess those fish bones are the remains of the last meal. Like an alligator. Clean bones. But she had a very refined looking face. Well at all. That's because I'm a girl who's good with faces. Why don't I feel the least bit jealous? Again. Is Astique the Asian elephant? Ah, that's right. Name to remember. Maybe they couldn't think of a good name, so they gave her a name that's easy to remember. Mr. Edgeworth, what a terrible thing to say about poor Astique. That's all the information we can gather for now. The detective should be here soon too. Okay, go ahead and shut down the little thief. Alright, returning the area to normal. Sorry to keep you waiting, sir. Hey, speak of the gummy. Detective Gumshoe, that was quick. Couldn't keep you waiting for too long, sir. Thanks for coming along too, Regina. No problem. It sounds like fun, so I skipped practice to come here. Thank you for your cooperation. First, Detective, let's have Miss Al do some tracking. No problem, sir. Hey, Miss Al, over here, pal. Hey, what's eating you, pal? I said over here. What's the matter? Looks like he's scared of something, sir. Ah! Alligator. Guess he's scared of the alligator, sir. Good grief, looks like Miss Al won't be much help to us. So what should we do now, Miles? Maybe we can ask Miss Berry for help. What is it? What is it? Is there something I can do? Do you want me to teach Ellie a trick? Actually, she probably could. No, I just need you to tell me about the condition of the courtyard during the show. Looks like it's my time to shine again. Yes, if you please. Alright, that should do. I'm starting up the recreation now. Recreation complete. This time you can see how the courtyard was during the animal show. This should be around the time the body was dropped down the well. Wow, cool. It's like just like magic. It's not magic. I just recreated the scene based on the information you gave us. See? Look over there. The backstage area is missing. Well, Regina didn't help with the preparation, so he doesn't really know how it was set up. I get it. You can't recreate that what you don't have the info for, huh? I'm sorry, it's because Simon took care of setting everything up. Don't worry yourself, none. Regina Pie and Miles is the one at fault here. Why me? Mr. Edgeworth, I recreated the show in progress, but I can also change it to how it was earlier when it was being taken down. I see, so we can examine the courtyard during the show and after. You can freely switch between the two different states. Change recreate. Select Little Thief on the bottom of the screen. Now, let us begin the investigation. I lost her between elephant and tiger. I also want to see Simon in action. Simon really is amazing. Especially the part where he gets blown away. Blown away. That's the scene in question. At that point, the suspect in the role of the villain is blown away by the hill, burning love, and makes his exit. After being blown away, the suspect disappeared from the stage. Are you saying the crime was committed during that time? Do you know how long he was gone from the stage? Let me think. About 15 minutes or so? What can you say? Dead. First to be blown away by an elephant. It's alright, Astique is very gentle. That's not who we're worried about. During the first few practices, he was having trouble getting blown away. Then all of a sudden, he was able to be sent flying beautifully.
He might be using some sort of device, but it's amazing. A device. You know anything about it? I have no idea. Simon handled it all by himself. Often, Regina? Yes, I have many friends here. I love this place. New friends, old friends, everyone's friend here. Yesterday, Miss Warden introduced me to a new friend, little Allie. The alligator who lurks in the pond. That pond, if you get too close, it feels like you'll get gulped. I don't think little Allie would do such. Her stomach wasn't feeling very well yesterday. I'm worried, aren't you all? Right? Yes, of course. We're all very worried, right, Edgeworth?
Don't drag me into this. Mr. Edgeworth, you got that look on your face like you want to use my secret weapon, sir. Miss Al isn't in the mood, but I've got my fishing rod ready to go. Or would you prefer the metal detector? I've never seen it talk like. If need be, I'll let you know. For now, just stand by. Chairs are lined up in an orderly fashion. Guess there were a few empty during the performance. In this intimate atmosphere and the closeness between the stage and the audience. It reminds me of karaoke tournament I entered when I was a kid. Karaoke tournament. I was the runner-up. Dark skies of the evening, when no other bird dares take wing. One alone remains all-seeing. Now listen to the son of a real modern-day Robin Hood. No, don't tell me you actually sang that song. Of course, the song rocks. Why she actually made it to the finals. Still second place. No, she didn't steal first place. She must have gotten there fair and square. I love how great he knows her. Like, if she actually cheated, she would have gotten first. I guess she did it honestly. Is the key device first? Maybe the tools around the well are connected to this. Hey, I'd like you to retake the tools lying around the well yesterday. Can you change the recreation to after the show? Roger! But I wasn't done. It's fine. Tools lying around. Well, could they have been a part of his device? It seems very likely. I wonder if it's possible to recreate the device. You ask me to be able to tell you how the device was put together. Alright, I'll go ask him. Mr. Edgeworth, I asked him about it. And did you find out how the device works? Use the rope to hang some weights on the well's pulley. The weights were suspended inside the well. Then he ran the rope through 2 more pulleys and tied the end of the rope to his own body. So he used the force of falling weights to send himself flying. Stop the weights from falling on their own. In order to prevent that from happening, he used a stopper. Miss Barry didn't know anything about the well. That means Mr. Key has removed the stopper by himself. Correct. That's why a second rope was needed. This rope was attached to the stopper, and when it was pulled from the stage, the stopper would be removed, and the weights would drop down the well. I'm definitely going to steal this idea. The other classes won't do something like this. Don't waste your time. Circus acts require extensive training. Even if you steal the device, it won't do you any good. Then I'll train as well. Before you start training, could you first update the recreation? Oh yeah, you wanted me to recreate the device that was used in the performance. First, it returned during the show scene. Next, I'll input the information of the device on the well. Now, we can recreate the device that Simon made. This is the device, Mr. Key. Simon sure is gutsier than he looks. Using the falling weight as the force to launch himself during his performance. Indeed, he would have to drop enough weights to exceed his own body weight in order to provide the strength needed to pull him off. I must have had practiced a lot for this. His keys used as well to perform the stunt where it's blown away by the elephant. Use those two ropes quite skillfully. Isn't it the same as the one from the workroom? Yes, why is there also? I wonder why there's one here. Huh, Mr. Edgeworth? Are you deep in thought? Why does it feel like she's stealing my thought? Looking at this weight, you can really feel the weight of Simon's hard work on your chest. That's so. I don't feel anything at all. Oh, that's too bad. If this was an actual weight, I'd immediately put it on your chest, Mr. Edgeworth. And I'd do everything in my power to stop you. A rope and a pulley. That's how it should be. A rope and a pulley. A thief and a treasure. It's a perfect match. Objection. A thief and handcuffs are a perfect match. There. Oh. This crate was empty in the recreation earlier. That's right. It was also empty in the picture I took. I'm so sorry. That information is wrong. What do you mean? This crate contained Asterix food. In the morning, on the day of the show, all the apples were gone. I totally forgot about that. I'm sorry. Missing apples, huh? I should make a note of it. Page of the ancient elephant. The elephant is performing on stage right now, so the cage is empty. I wonder how Asterix entered the court. What do you mean, how? Entrance here is human-sized, and this fence is electrified. I don't think an elephant would enter from here. They could just turn off the electricity. If they did that, all the inmates would escape. No doubt anyone would escape while an elephant ring. I wonder how she came in. This requires some thought. She seems to be enjoying her little brain teaser. Just let her be. Isn't this strange? What's wrong, pal? Haven't you noticed, the detective? What's strange about the weight is... not heavy enough. I want to pull up Mr. Key's body. You're right, sir. But where did the rest of the weight disappear? Looks like it's time to use my 7 secrets weapon, sir. If necessary, I'll let the detective know. The apples in the crate were probably eaten by a stick. But it's strange. I remember leaving the crate out of reach of Asterix's nose. Are you certain? Yes, the crate was still full of apples on the night before. Then the cart was moved where the nose could reach it. With that many apples, it could not have been moved by the wind. Most likely, the crate was moved by a person. Prior to the show, the cart's position was already changed, and the apples were all... This appears to be correct information. Please update the simulation parameters, Kay. Alright, I'll use the new info to recreate the scene. Info we got for Regina, I'll recreate the scene with the card in its actual place. Gotta be kidding. when I have to do it, there's just any done with done butts to recreation complete. And I thought it smelled like animals. It contained the elephant's food, but this is filled with Aztec's apples. That's right. On the day before the show, it was full of apples, and in the morning they were all gone. Oh, did you think of something? You could say that. Say that. Gumshoe, it's time for your secret weapon. Yes, sir. I was hoping for the metal detector. I don't get many chances to use this one. Before we begin the search, let me go over how to use the metal detector. This metal detector uses sound and this meter to let you know how close you are to a metal object. When you get close to a metal object, the metal detector will have a bigger reaction, like this. Get the biggest reaction. Give me the order to examine that spot, sir. Let's see what we got. That's basically how you... Just give me the instructions on where you want to go, sir. Search, sir. Something's off. Yeah, there's a reaction here too, sir. Let's check it out, huh? These are the clumps. Grass here, sir. These are the weights used for that hoisting device. But it's intentionally hidden. There's 4 more of them in all, sir. That means weight to be enough to lift Simon. So the weights that were used in the device were hidden. Why were they hidden over here, though? I'm really earning my keep today, aren't I, sir? Oh!
Oh, the alligator.
That scared me, pal. Huh? What's the matter, detective? Looks like the metal is reacting to this alligator.
Really? Why?
Are you sure it isn't just reacting to the weights? Different reaction, sir. Definitely coming from the alligator. It's gone.
Looks like it's scared of us. I don't think so, Kay.
Hmm?
Anything. I think Ellie looks a little under the weather.
Suppose that was what Warden Roland called it.
Didn't eat any of the food that the one gave her yesterday. I think she might have eaten something bad.
I guess the metal detector could be reacting to whatever the alligator ate.
Oh, maybe she ate one of the weights.
I doubt that even an alligator could resist a 33-pound weight. But what could the metal detector be reacting to? And regardless, why were these weights hidden? Maybe we should take another look at the device in the web. Hey, I'd like you to recreate the show after the scene again.
Alright, leave it to me.
go together. Apparently I'm wrong here. I'm not sure what I'm looking for. Eyes. Must be me or it's missing. That didn't. Huh? Something's missing. Then it. Recreation and the device we saw earlier. There's a major discrepancy. One of the ropes is missing. You're right. Without it, the device won't work. I wonder what happened to it. Where did the missing rope disappear to? It's possible that we hold the piece of evidence that shows where the rope went. Which piece of evidence shows where the missing rope went?
Take that!
Dead body. Oh, could it be? Yes, it could be another piece of rope that was used here. Then does that mean the rope was attached to the weight? However, the weight was not one of these metal weights. These weights were hidden in the grass and something else. If they were replaced, then what was used as the weight? What was tied to the rope found in the workroom? If you recall that, then the answer should be clear. The weight that was dropped in the base of the weights was
Take that!
down the well. Was none other than Knightley's dead body. Oh! Mr. Knightley's body was used as the weight? Yes, the weight were replaced with Knightley's body. Mr. Knightley, Mr. Keys used the device to launch himself off the stage. When the rope was tied to him, was undone and let go. Both body and the rope dropped down the well. The rope wasn't used to tie up Knightley. It was used to suspend him in the well, inside the well. That also explains why the other weights were hidden. Oh, so that no one would find out that the weights were replaced with the body. Yes, the killer was the one who hid those weights. Miles. Wasn't Knightley boy stabbed in the neck with the murder weapon? If he was suspended in the well, wouldn't there be blood at the bottom of the well? The killer was also aware of that. That's why he used this item.
Take that!
The sheets we found near the body. It was used to wrap up the body. Nice. It looks like all the pieces are starting to come together, eh? But this means that the body definitely came from the well. If that's the case, wouldn't that mean Simon is the killer? No, that's not necessarily the case. Huh? But yesterday Judge Courtney said if Mr. Keys was the killer, would he have needed to set up such an elaborate device? I guess you have a point. Mr. Keys was the only responsible for dropping the body during the show. In other words, it doesn't matter where the real killer was or what they were doing during the show. Until now, this placed the doubt on the people who did not watch the animal show. It's true. We also suspected Mr. Dogan. The killer's true intent was to make us think the murder occurred during the show. In other words, they used the device to create a fake alibi. Miss Barry, do you know when this device on the well was set up? Let me think. The day before the show? I think it was at night. We all started preparing at 9 p.m. We finished at around midnight. The killer replaced the weights with the dead body afterwards. Did Dogan know about it? No, even if he knew about the device, it wouldn't be possible for him to use it. You can't teach a dog to suspend a body in a well. In other words, Dogan is not the killer. This card was moved the night before the show. The body was also switched the night before the show. I don't think it was just a coincidence. Keeping that in mind, the question now becomes, why was the card moved? The card used to be in front of the door. Think of only one reason why. Someone opened that door. Alright, let's hurry up and... It's locked. Let's ask a guard. Hey, Mr. Guard? Yes, what is it? That was fast. You there. Where's the key to this door? The warden's in charge of it. I'll get it from her right away. The warden. The keys. Without the warden's permission, the door... Thank you very much. It's a circuit breaker panel. This must be the breaker room. On the night before the show, somebody came into this room. I wonder why they would come here. I don't think anyone would confuse the breaker room with the break room. It was definitely to operate the circuit breaker. So someone came here to shut off the powers or something? Anything that had its power shut off? What could have had its power shut off by the break? At a 3-hour gap. Ah, I see. The circuit breaker for the camera was tripped. It's highly... Was this the killer's handiwork? With the camera down, it'd be easier for them to move about. The killer would have a major advantage. I knew it. If that's the case. The killer was the person who tripped the breaker. The person in charge of the breaker room. Deactivating the recreation. I'm first to the scene as always. Good morning, Mr. DeBest. Wow, how do you get here before me? Greetings, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I see you have arrived early. Maybe it is you two who are late. Judge Courtney, I have many matters which require my attention. I have no time to waste, unlike a certain... Oh, my apologies. I had forgotten that you were assistant. Never be the best. Unlike the rest. Just say whatever you like, don't you? Let us begin our examination of the courtyard. Question? Alright, I'll call the men over. That will be unnecessary. What? You have already finished it. You've been bested. Bested? Me? Judge Courtney. Your reasoning from yesterday. Watch me shatter it to pieces. I would advise you to use your words more carefully. Have you forgotten that the fate of your badge rests in my hand? I have had enough of such coercion. Can't you think of some other way to threaten me that does not involve my badge? Despite my repeated warnings, you show no signs of reflection. It seems I must remind you once more. The Prosecutorial Investigation Committee can't leave someone such as yourself unchecked. Neither the fate of my badge nor the actions of the committee will impede my progress, proving Mr. Key's innocence. That is all that concerns me. Your words are like those of a defense attorney. If you're willing to go that far, then I will show you no leniency. In the name of the goddess of the law, I shall turn your words against you. And at that moment, you will forfeit the title of prosecutor. You shall regret this. Judge Courtney's I shared my reasoning with you the day before, since Mr. Elbert did not see the body when he passed through the tunnel. It could only have been dropped down the well during the show. The only one who could have performed such an act is the suspect. Naturally, you have evidence. What your reasoning? course she does. Who do you think she is? Earlier, I received the official autopsy report. Babysitting that kid must be difficult. The time of death was the night before the body was discovered. In other words, the day before the show. The cause of death remains unchanged, as stab wound 4 inches deep. Simon Keyes was not present in the stage for a period. Was not present on the stage for a period of 15 minutes. There was sufficient time for him to drop the body down the well. He has not investigated the courtyard yet. Seems there is a hole in your argument. I'm quite confident. Can you present evidence to support your claim? Of course I can, and I will. I shared my reasoning with you the day before. So you continue to believe Mr. Key, the murderer, just as you continue to speak as if he is not. Do you have any decisive evidence to show the identity of the true criminal? You do realize you need proper evidence too. I am a representative of the goddess of the law. My words are her holy orders. Indeed, if I state something is black, it is black. If I state something is white, it is white. So what would you call grey? If you wish to disprove my words, then present your evidence at once. Since Mr. Albert did not see the body when he passed through the tunnel, wouldn't it be possible that Albert just failed to notice the body? Miss Assistant's assistant, did you also enter the hole? How'd you know? I noticed that there was some mud stuck on your lovely hair ornament yesterday. That's amazing. Your powers of observation would even put a great thief to shame. In the name of the goddess of the law, and answer me truthfully. If there were a dead body in the tunnel, would it have escaped your notice? Well, the thing is... yeah, I think I would have noticed something like that. You understand now. Mr. Albert did not see the body. It could not only have been dropped down the well during the show. The body was dropped down the well during the show. I'd like to hear your reasoning for this. The day before the show, Mr. Albert lent the key to Mr. Knightley. The key to Knight's cell. Mr. Knightley escaped from his cellar with the key and entered the cage prepared. Mr. Keyes then moved the cage to the and proceeded to murder Mr. Knightley. Next day, when Mr. Albert passed through the tunnel, he did not come across the body. Please wait a minute, that doesn't seem right at all. Wasn't there a sweet smell in the tunnel? Mr. Knightley must have passed through it. Mr. Knightley passed through the tunnel after Albert did. Mr. Albert passed through the tunnel at the start of the show. However, the body wasn't found until the end of the show. Which is why you believe the body was dropped during the show. Yes, and there is only one person who could have carried out this act. Only one who could have performed such an act is the suspect. There is no one else who could have committed the murder. I hear that Miss Barry was present on the stage the whole times. A great number of prisoners were also watching the show. Even the prisoners who did not see it have sufficient alibis. How about the guards? Along with the warden, nearly everyone was watching the show. But there must have been a chance for even one of them to approach the well. During the show, none of the guards left their posts. That much is certain. They all testified as such. There's no room for... Do you finally admit that only Simon Keyes could have been the criminal? Judge Courtney has not thoroughly examined the courtyard like we have. So there's a bit of a gap in her argument, right? I should review the evidence obtained in the courtyard. I shared my reasoning with you. Since the Albert did not, I could only have been dropped down the well. The only one who can act suspect.
Objection!
Yes, Justine. Unfortunate for you, Judge Courtney. Your argument doesn't hold any water, like the well. There was a device set up around the well here. What is this device of which you speak? Are you aware that the stunt in which Mr. Keyes is blown away by the elephant during the show? I have heard of it. It would have been right before he exits the stage. He tied one end of the length of a rope to himself and the other end to a set of weights. He was able to perform the stunt by dropping these weights down the well. Wouldn't he have spent the whole place suspended up in the air? Why, he had a stopper attached to the weight. The stove was removed by pulling another rope. Around the well, we found evidence that the weights were. This was done by the in order to shift suspicion away from them. Judging from the time of death, the murder was carried out in the early morning of the show. The criminal had until the time of the show started to set up the device. But didn't Simon Keyes make the thing? And since he was also the one who used it, he is the best suspect. Don't you agree? If Mr. Keyes were the murderer, he would not have needed to do that. Miss Barry. Yes? Was there anyone else who knew of the device he set up? Well, let me see. Since we had to get everything about our show approved by the people here at the prison, I'd say there were others who knew about it. And there you have it. I see. You have indeed performed a thorough investigation, which is why I'm even further perplexed. Why do you not use your efforts for justice? My actions are not just. Who made that decision? You cannot understand even that, even now. Providing support to a defense attorney despite being a prosecutor. It is quite natural. This goes against the rules. I am merely choosing to do what I think is right in this particular time. I travel down the road I have chosen. Your comprehension does not matter in the least. However, if anyone intends to interfere, I will show no mercy. Perhaps this is a calling from the goddess of the law. If you intend to rebel against her divine will, I will have no choice but to hand down my verdict. Pay heed to my words. I have one more reason to suspect Simon Keyes of murder. If the body came from the courtyard, how was Mr. Knightley brought here from the detention center? Only Simon Keyes could have provided such an opportunity. Because of this fact, I find it most difficult to suspect any other party of this. While Simon Keyes was moving supplies for the show, he visited Mr. Knight himself. Does that not strike you as odd? Why else would he have brought a large covered cage with him? That does seem pretty suspicious. Mr. Keyes was merely that kind of person. It is entirely possible that he carelessly brought it there. If that is possible, then it's also possible that he was assisting in the escape. Am I wrong? I suppose I must refute your theory with evidence. His body came from the court, likely brought here from the detention center.
Hold it!
You seem to believe that Knightley was killed in the courtyard. But can you say when he was brought here? On the day of the show, between midnight and 8 a.m. I'm positive it could only have been during that time. After rehearsal had ended and before the show began. The most pressing issue. How was Mr. Knightley brought here from the detention center? Are you certain there were no other routes? A trial debate had not yet been determined for Mr. Knightley. Since he was not a prisoner, he could not have easily. He would have stood out too much, meaning no one testified seeing him there. Well done, may you be blessed by the gods of the law. As I said, Mr. Knightley was taken into the prison through a less conspicuous manner. Only Simon Keyes could have provided such an opportunity. Are you certain that he was the only person who had the opportunity? Have you forgotten? This is a prison. Due to the constant supervision, it would be impossible to do anything unusual. Then wouldn't it be the same for Mr. Keyes? The warden has shown favor to the Barry Big House Circus. Simon Keyes is a circus member, Miss Barry's apprentice no less. It could only have been him. He was able to move about freely within the facility. It seems that you forget to mention that. The word forget does not exist in my dictionary. Then it would be prudent for you to add this to your argument. Mr. Keyes may have been the only person who could move around freely in the prison. But on the day of the murder, there were a gap in time missing from the surveillance records. During that time, anyone could have done as they pleased. Do you have proof of this gap in the surveillance records?
Take that!
Mr. Keyes wasn't the only one who had the opportunity. Who else could have had the opportunity? Last time the security camera is set off by 3 hours. This means there was a 3-hour gap in time. During that time, anyone could have done it. If that were the case, then the murderer would have created the gap in time intentionally. It would not have been simple camera failure. Are you saying that is possible? It's possible to access if you access this.
Take that!
In this courtyard, we found the circuit breaker for the security camera, and it was possible to access the breaker room both before and after the murder.
What?
Unfortunately, it appears that you have fallen short of your intentions. Mr. Edgeworth hasn't fallen short of anything. So can you explain how the murderer obtained the key to the breaker room? Oh yeah, that's right. It was luck, wasn't it? The warden hangs onto the key tonight. The breaker room has great importance even in a prison. There's no one who would be able to obtain the keys to... Well, I can think of someone.
What did you say?
This person, the murderer, was able to get the key. They didn't even need to steal it.
There can't be anyone like that. Besides, the breaker to the electrified fences in that room too.
Only one person could have done this. I didn't want to believe it myself, but I trust that my logic is sound. The person who used the key to enter the break room is none other than... Patricia freaking Rowland. The murderer is... Warden Rowland.
Oh my, what an energetic little puppy.
That's because this dog is extremely fond of... It seems to detect a sweet scent on you.
Oh heavens, no. I'm not even wearing perfume or anything of the sort.
Dog is detects death.
How poetic.
However, does that not imply that I committed a murder? That's what I think.
What?
The warden is the murderer?
Mr. Edgeworth, are you serious about your statement?
Oh,
how amusing. The very thought of a warden committing a murder. Oh, it sounds like something out of my mystery novel.
Precisely, your reasoning is in contempt. Yes, a mystery visual novel. Thank you very much. Nothing of the sort. I did not want to believe it myself, but based on the evidence, I have no choice but to believe it. This evidence proves the warden Rowland is the murderer.
Try that again. And why don't you show us the evidence? I misclicked this time. Oh wow. I hate when that happens. Let's get back in here. The spell, it's the same as the one that's attached to Anoop's collar. Yes, it's Assassin Dogen's trademark. An assassin with a trademark? What an odd combination. Don't you think it's similar to the Great Thief Yatagarasu? Mr. Edgeworth, I don't understand anything. A great thief has to stand out. Why would a thief want to stand out? This is not it. Hide inside the tech room. Greater weapons, sharp metal object. Tunnel. Likely is the warden. Cypress, but find a murder. Hold. Dogen's castle? Is it? No, not Dogen's. But we've gotten to the point where I'm just guessing. Kinda.
Will gave you away. As you can plainly see, someone has taken note. Please, dog. He tracked the sweet smell that came from the body. And right now he's telling us that the same scent is also on Warden Roland. Oh, you're a cruel one. Accuse me of murder based on something like that. Right, Justine, darling? It appears that Judge Courtney has reached the same conclusion as I have. Mr. Edgeworth, this couldn't have been just a coincidence, could it? The key to the breaker room and the same scent on the body. If it were only one, it could have been seen as such. It appears we have reached a conclusion. We should now listen to what the warden has to say. Indeed, until we do, we cannot close this case. I love how this second, Justine and Edgeworth was just like, yep, we're ganging up on the warden now. Oh my goodness, everyone has such scary faces. I'm only one who could have been the murderer. That just cannot be. Why I can't be the killer? I heard all about the case from Justine, darling, here. Had I committed the murder, it would have been taken place inside the holding cell. But I couldn't have moved the body. I never went into the prison. I was caught up in my work up until the show. I was stuck in my office. Check up on it if you like. You'll find there's no record of me in. I don't know what reasoning you had, but I can say for sure I cannot be the killer. But Mr. I'll bug you, pal. You gotta be the culprit. Oh heavens, it's not possible. I already told you I never went to the prison. If you think I'm lying, why don't you check the records? Well, let's check the records. She does seem confident. Now all we can do is listen to her and try to draw out more information. I do hope you understand, Mr. Edgeworth. I heard all about the case from Justine, darling, here. From Judge Courtney. Are you too close? As close as fish and water. Are you jealous? Jealous! On the first day of the investigations, you filled us in on the situation. In exchange for cooperation, you explained the details of the case to us. How could you say that? You're so mean, Justine, darling. The truth is the truth. I believe it should be told as such. For some reason, those two seem kind of scary. Had I committed the murder, it would have taken place inside the home. The murder occurred inside the cell. How can that be certain of that? Well, everywhere else would it be under surveillance, right? And the victim's blood was found that blood was actually from when he was struck by Albert. But I don't think it's necessary to inform her of this fact. That doesn't mean it's proven. You do know that. But I see no contradiction. Assuming the crime scene was mentioned. But I couldn't have moved. But I couldn't have moved the body. I went into prison. You never went into the prison. Do you have proof of this? Why my, can't you wait for me to finish? I was caught up in my work up until the show. I was stuck in my office. You were in your office the whole time. Nothing strange happened. Nope, nothing at all. Why are you looking for something? I'm not too good at tidying up. I always forget where I put everything. The other day I even lost track of an important piece of evidence. How could you have made such a grave error? Is something where to take something from me? I wouldn't even notice it in the entire year. I guess it will be hard to attack with the break room. On the day of the incident, I was working in my office, searching for items. In other words, I couldn't have been gone to the prison, even if I had wanted to. Check up on it if you like. You'll find there's no record of me entering the prison. You did not enter the prison through the entrance, but what if there was another route? Oh my, are you suggesting something like a secret passage? I don't know if anything I like that except it does my friend believe you did possess an alternate route. That route was neither the entrance nor the secret passage. The route you used was here.
Take that!
You moved through here to enter the prison. Oh my, now would you have got to the prison from there? Mr. Edgeworth, this makes no sense. How would I get from the office into the courtyard? How would I get from our office into the courtyard? It's not like they are actually connected or anything. kind of annoying. I have to point it out. Like, pointing out this one or this one really is the same, pointing at the same information. Bobbed. Move 90 to your office first. This office leads directly to the garden side of the courtyard. If you had moved through here and passed the barbed wire fence, you would have arrived at the prison without passing through the or tunnel. Ooh, I wonder what Mr. Edgeworth is saying. Haven't you noticed? There is a high voltage current running through the fence. Yeah, obviously, you couldn't have passed through it like that. The current to the fence could be switched off at the breaker room. And you were the only one who had the key, Warden Roland. Most amusing. However, the breaker room is located on the prison side of the courtyard. How would the warden have accessed it from the detention center? Ah, quite right. Gotcha there, Mr. Edgeworth. That's... If there's no record of her passing through the prison entrance, it would not have been possible for her to turn off the fence's breaker. But Warden Roland was the only one who had access. Let us fast you, Miles. But if I don't have a solution for this, you'll get away. Our Uncle Ray never said don't think. It's just not good to be stubborn about. That's all. No matter how you think about it, Warden Roland wouldn't have done this alone. Prosecutor Edgeworth, if you would please come with... I am not amused. Interrupting my judgment only to be silent. Without thinking, I just put out objection. I have to answer. Won't let this end here. My reasoning is not over yet. So how did she use the breaker without leaving the detention center? It's perfectly possible with this method. Turn off the breaker. It was indeed impossible for one person, but what if there were two? Exactly just what I expected from you, Miles. Yes, you had an accomplice on the prison side. Enough. I am disappointed in you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. What's that, pal? You making fun of Mr. Edgeworth? Inmates at this prison wear bracelets. If they try and go where they please, they will set off the alarm. Oh! You notice, this is a prison after all. Not only the prisoners, but the guards too are under constant scrutiny. But why didn't anyone notice Albert? The only ones allowed to move around free are the animals. And they certainly could not have used the breaker. But it's still possible that the person did. Excluding the inmates and the guards, just what kind of person would you say it was? We can't exclude the inmates and guards just yet. There was only one person, one whose movements was not restricted. The evidence shows there was someone in the prison who could move around freely. Bracelet worn by the prison. This belongs to a certain model inmate, and it's broken. What? Just who on earth does this belong to? Frank saw it, the warden's favorite inmate. Don't you think it's strange? He managed to keep this hidden while he moved around freely in his daily prison life. Buddy, when you think about it, it shouldn't be possible. I'd hazard a guess that this was because he was a special case, just like Sir Handoken in the special cell. The prosecutor's statement is mere conjecture. You could find out by simply asking Sword himself. It is my firm belief that Mrs. Sword and Warden Roland were partners in crime. Due to their collaboration, another route surfaced. The real route by which Knight's body was moved to the prison. There were two obstacles that needed to be dealt with. The security camera in the front of Knight's cell, and the electric fence in the courtyard. Both these problems could have been solved with a single stroke, by having Sawyer switch off the breakers in the breaker room. Mr. Edgeworth, would you wait one moment? Do you still intend to deny it, Roland? Oh, I give in, I confess. Warden Roland! No, this cannot be. Yes, it's just as he says. Frank Sawyer and I were partners in crime. Wait! You did it, Mr. Edgeworth! Well done, Miles. At last we have the real culprit.
Like Mr. Edgeworth said, Frankie operated the breaker, but we were not responsible for Knightley's murder.
What?
Roland, you mean? Judge Courtney, would the goddess of law hear my confession? Goddess of the law is merciful. She will absolve you. I was being threatened. That's why I had no choice but to do as I was told. So who was threatening you? The hand token. Token? It's been going on since that man came to the prison. I will never forget the day. When we were both alone, he suddenly said to me,
The dogs outside.
"The dogs?" I soon realized what token referred to when who were not really dogs, but his human henchmen. And that's not all he said.
You did better. Oh, you don't want dog food.
I had no choice. I gave him the special cell. I gave him anything he desired. Anything he desired.
You don't mean the supplier?
That's right. Anything he ordered, I would deliver to him. An underground dealership. I was the one who won over Frankie. It was simple. I just offered him special privileges within the prison. And these underground dealings. Once a week in the middle of the night, Frankie would shut off 2 of the breakers. So I could move from the office to the courtyard without being seen by the security camera. I'd go past the fence and drop the goods down the well. And then I'd sprinkle this perfume over it for identity of the sweet scent. The end of the perfume was a signal for Dogen's dog. After picking up the scent, it would carry the goods to Dogen. Of course, this has been done while Albert was away from his cell. I'm surprised you never found out about it, pal. You have a strict timetable here at the prison? Mealtime, exercise time? It's easy to know when he's away from his cell. And since Little Rocky is afraid of Dogen's dog, I didn't have to worry about him making noise. So having full knowledge of the wordings, he made the deliveries herself. This would have ensured there were no slip-ups. Frankie would have turned the breakers back on in the early morning, and the delivery was complete. I then modified the timestamps of the security camera. You have told us a great deal. The goddess of the law accepts your penitent confession. As the warden of the prison, how could I have done such a foolish thing? The day Knightley was killed was also a delivery day. It seems Frankie was working the breakers as usual, but that day had nothing to send. They did not go to the courtyard at all. Supply assistant, but then Warden Roland was. The police have been searching for Dogen's henchmen for ages. I've also been helping them, but I've been interrogating him personally in my office, but no matter how much evidence we have on him, we can't get a single word out of him. But the reason you kept interrogating him. Yes, it was to find his head. I buried all the evidence from the police and carried out the interrogation myself. I kept an eye on all his actions. I examined all of his mail, and mail, like his correspondence letters. But I could never uncover the true identity of his henchmen. It surrounded me. Prosecutor Edgeworth, you were listening, right? I say this confidently. Yes, the wardens of all suspicion. Is it really necessary to press her further than this? Is it necessary to press her further? Judge Courtney, my questioning isn't over yet. I'm sure the goddess of the law isn't satisfied yet either. You mean to badger this woman further, even if she was threatened by Dogen? This does not prove she was not the culprit in this case. He was able to use the supply route to transport Knightley's body. Do you have any evidence to support this? The body gave off a sweet scent, scent of the perfume that was used to signify delivery. Can you explain this fact? Oh, of course. Since I had made so many deliveries, the scent would linger around in the well. When the body was moved through the well, the scent would have transferred. Mr. Albert was testified to this fact. That for some reason, that well gave off a nice scent. A nice scent. I don't know what it was. It smelled sweet, like candy. The lingering scent in the well would of course be picked up by anyone passing through. The defense rests, I see. In that case, court is adjourned. Mr. Edgeworth, isn't there anything we can do? What should I do? Is this as far as I can go? Is it over already? Yes, Sebastian, it is. And now, court is officially adjourned. Who was that? Not nice of you to adjourn things just like that, Courtney Kai. Mr. Shields, are you objecting to the court adjourning? Of course not. I ain't got no objection or anything like that. Go ahead and adjourn the court. Do whatever you like. Hey, what are you doing, Mr. Shields? Oh there, calm down, Kay. Who wants some chocolate? It's a joke. You'll have to excuse me. I just have one teeny request to make. The Simon Key's attorney. That's right, you're the defense attorney. In charge of this case. Exactly. I'll forget. So mean. But you just left everything to Mr. Edgeworth and didn't do anything at all. Yeah, that's right. Why? I thought I'd do my job a bit. Do your job? That hardly sounds like you at all. It's to prepare for the trial. To ask the question. Not you jest. What more would you expect to hear from her? Well, Miss Ward, I'd like to hear your thoughts on the culprit. My thoughts? Uncle Ray believes that Simon is not the culprit. It seems that Miss Ward picks someone other than... I'd like to hear you out. That's where... What's Mr. Shield up to? He's trying to lure Warden. Why was the supply route used to transport? Let's say it was the Simon Doken. Oh, I see. Committed a murder here. Would be transferred to another prison. One would tie the security. And that would get rid of the troublemaker. Exactly. Wouldn't pass up a chance like that. Hey, hold on a sec. A culprit besides Simon? What do you mean? Simon was the one and I was supposed to be prosecuted. Exactly. So wouldn't it be better if the guest also listened to what she has to say? Amazing, Mr. Shields. You managed to drag Mr. the Best into this too. One Roland, is this acceptable? Oh, it's fine. It's fine. You understand a woman's heart.
Thank you, mademoiselle.
Actually, I've thought this over. I'd like to tell you my thoughts. You'll let me speak, won't you, Christine, darling? Of course, you may speak. Mr. Shields, awesome.
Oh, that was a close shave.
Thank you, Mr. Shields.
No, I'm still leaving the risk with you.
Remember what I said.
A defense attorney never gives up. The fate of our client rests shoulders after. It'll be uncool if Uncle got into. Now then, Mars, it's your turn. Though you'll never give up.
Right. Well then, will you listen to my story? And, I believe that the culprit in this case could only have been Dogen. I have no idea what transpired between Dogen and the victim. It simply couldn't have been that Dogen was with him. In any case, he was the one who stabbed the victim to death. He probably had a dog dispose of the body. The proof of the case. The victim, Mr. Knightley, was it? I think it is a truly terrible thing. Taking a man's life, you mean? That's how you could go about saying it, isn't it? If only I had been more vigilant, his death would not have happened. That's why I want to clear up his regrets. Modern Roland, how considerate. I'm sure Mr. Knightley is overflowing gratitude. Is gratitude really what Knightley feels? And with that, we are ending it for today. Thank you all so much for watching. There will not be another Ace Attorney stream next week, because I'll be on Christmas vacation. I'll be back Monday for the art log. But on that, there'll be a Christmas hiatus, and I'll be back again in January. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. And on that, I guess I'll be spawning out. Bye.